Okay, guys, here we go. Welcome to the live. Sorry for the delay on there, but there's 7 creators here today. So, of course, we're all going to give you guys a big wave and say thank you guys all for being here. Yes, thank you guys. Okay, well, I guess we're going to get started. So, we're going to start with Justin, and he can introduce his channel, and then we'll go American Justice, Shard, Nova, Shenanigans, and of course, Daphne. Thank you guys. Don't forget to hit the like and share for Jack and Lily.
Thank you so much, Sunny, for having us. This is a great idea. Just all of us creators getting together, been on Jack and Lily's case for a long time, all of us. And it's great we finally have come together doing this. My channel, I'm Justin with Clutch Them Pearls, and really do appreciate everyone being here tonight. Make sure you hit that thumbs up no matter where you're at. Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. I'm American Justice, and I have a channel. I'm not on it much. I go live with Sunny a lot, and I do a lot of the behind-the-scenes work, like the document.
My turn? My turn. Hi, everybody. I'm Shar. I'm with True Crime Story Pod, and I'm not going to do my romper room welcome today, but thanks everybody for being here. That's pretty awesome solidarity for Jack and Lily. I'm super happy to be here and that everybody was able to join. And for those creators that we wanted to join, maybe we can do like a part 2 or something, because there are more of us that, that aren't into the drama or the infighting or anything, and we just wanted to come together and kind of show that we can work together. We don't have to be fighting, and there doesn't have to be drama all the time. So thank you, Sunny, for hosting us, and I'm honored to be on the panel with you all.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nova from Nova's Inquest. I am local to Pictou County. I started my channel a couple of years ago. And of course, when this, Lily and Jack Sullivan went missing, this is very near and dear to my heart. So I promptly got onto it, and I appreciate being here, and I appreciate everyone who is here on this panel today and everything that they have done and are doing, for the case of missing Lily and Jack Sullivan. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's Shenanigans from Tea Time on True Crime with Shenanigans. Really happy to be here. Thank you so much, Sunny, for organizing all of this. It is actually a pleasure to be here. And we all have the same motivation, and that's to find answers for Jack and Lily, to find them and to get answers on to where they are. And that's why we've all come together today, and let's do this for Jack and Lily. No drama, no BS, and work together. And all of these people here have been a great inspiration to me, and that's why I'm here. So thank you for having me again, Sunny. I appreciate it.
Hi, this is Daphne's Case Files. I am the oddball out today, guys, on my phone. I just want to say that thank you for having me, Sunny. I appreciate you and everyone else. We are all here for Jack and Lily, and we've been following this case since day one, a lot of us, and we are here to find answers and discuss the case. Thank you for having me. I appreciate all of you for being here with us today.
Thank you guys. Okay, so obviously, if some of you guys don't know, I'm in the Vancouver, of course, BC area in Canada. Been following this case right from the start. Again, it's a pleasure just to have all you guys here. Like I was saying to everyone prior to the live starting, to me, and there are others as well, but there's only so much space on a live. But so don't feel left out. It was just something that it was like, hey, would you guys want to do like a mega panel? And so again, this is already going to be a lot, and that's why we're going to try to make sure that we don't overtalk each other. But following Jack and Lily's case, of course, since the beginning of it, and these people are a great group of core people that are just true and sincere in their intentions, and that always, for my heart personally, warms me when I see people doing things always for the right reasons. So, anyways, of course, thank you guys. Like I said, love this, and I love all you guys that are in the chat from the different channels. Make sure you guys hit that like and share for Jack and Lily. So I think we're going to start off with this. Is that there's different theories going around with Jack and Lily's case. There is, of course, the wandered off theory. There is the family involvement theory. There is that they're hidden somewhere. And some people think that perhaps trafficked as well. So those are pretty much most of the main theories that are out there. And I'm going to start off with Justin and what he will determine about the wandered off, if he thinks that that's likely, not likely, and where his thoughts are in regards to Jack and Lee. So I'll let you start first, Justin, if you don't mind, about the theories.
So y'all just tell me to shut up when I've talked too much, okay? So that's because I'll just keep going on. I'll try not to go too long. So my thing is, I do not think, in my personal opinion, that Jack or Lily walked off whatsoever. For me, there is nothing that points to that. The only thing that we have is that there is a disappearance. How that disappearance happened doesn't mean, in my opinion, that Jack and Lily walked off, right? There was no air scent from the beginning. There was no dog scent from the beginning at all. And there was, I mean, if you listen to Daniel and Malaya, they say 20 minutes max. Well, someone had to, if that was Jack and Lily getting on their boots, getting on everything, whatever their clothes or whatever they supposedly did or didn't have on. Daniel says they don't have on what they think they have on in some of his messages, but that's a whole nother story. And if you go, if they were playing outside for, let's say, 10 minutes, 5 minutes out on the play, out in the swings where the Janie says that she heard them. Well, that's 5 minutes inside, 5 minutes outside, 10 minutes ahead, right? And how far is a 4 and a 6-year-old together going to go? And I just don't see that there is any sort of evidence that, especially how much they have searched in the area, the parents' behavior and lack thereof as well. So I just don't see it, in my opinion.
Okay. Melissa. Thanks, Justin.
I have to agree with Justin. There's just, for me, walking off, like at the very beginning, I could have seen it. Like, if they would have found them soon, I could have seen them walking off. If there would have been, like Justin said, if there would have been a scent, I could have seen it. But kids are not going to walk through the woods, touching trees, rubbing on trees, scooting their feet on the ground without a scent. A dog is going to pick that up. So for me, them wandering off into the woods is just not a feasible, logical place for me to go. There would be more evidence. There would be scent. There would be boot prints. There would be fabrics from their jackets or their clothes getting cut. There would be something. And there just is nothing that makes me think that they wandered off. And the boot prints on the pipeline, that's where a lot of people want to say, oh, they wandered off. Look, there were boot prints on the pipeline. We don't know for sure that was Jack and Lily's. We don't know for sure that they were left that day. There's so many things, and there's no prints leading up to those, right? They didn't get abducted by aliens and just plopped on the pipeline. So for me, wandering off is just not feasible or logical as to what happened.
Thanks, Melissa.
My
Go
go.
ahead, Sarah. Yeah, your go. Thank you.
Well, I mean, at the very beginning, I remember um, I was in Mexico May 2nd, and I flew back home on May 4th. The first thing I did when I saw the story was I sent Sunny a message, and and she was like, "Well, we are Canadian. We should probably cover this." But when we're listening to it at the very beginning, we're thinking, "Wow, those poor kids." It's already been 2 days at that point, and we both started thinking that's not right with the amount of searchers and resources that were on. That's just not right. But obviously, since then, so much information has come out. And if you just stick to the information, the factual information, there is no way that those kids wandered off into the woods and got lost. No way. Even if you think for a second that Daniel is off on his timeline a little bit, right? Malaya's time wasn't exactly right. And there was even an hour. I don't care if we're talking 20 minutes, an hour, or 6 hours. There's no
Hmm.
way a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old is gonna walk through those specific woods
Yep.
and get far enough away or hidden enough that they succumb to the elements or anything else. There's no way. I call are we allowed to swear? Probably not. I call, horse pucky.
Or bullshit, one of the two. Okay, Nova. Thanks, Char.
Well, when this first took place, and I very often go back to the beginning, which is, a lot of times what you need to do. When it first took place, I honestly thought, at first I did think, like Shar said, the first couple of days you're thinking, okay, well, perhaps, yeah, they're out there. And then as time's going on, you're starting to think, okay, something's going on here. I went from that to abduction, and and I felt bad for the parents, for Malay and Daniel, because they're themselves saying perhaps they were abducted, and that whole scenario. And then as more information started to come out, the more and more we learned, I just thought, there's no way. There's no way they're in the woods. I just do not believe that. And knowing myself, how children typically travel, straight line distance, easiest route. I just can't imagine. I can't imagine. And yeah, so I'm to a point now where I do believe something nefarious took place. Now, I do have some thoughts, but I I really do hate to, be concrete about it, because we really don't know at the end of the day. And I always say that on my channel. At the end of the day, we really don't know. Perhaps abduction is still on the table, a possibility, or something happened on that property. And with all the things that we've learned and heard from Daniel Martell, due to that, one can't help uh, have their thoughts go in that direction. And they wouldn't. I never would have thought that if it wasn't for those things that we've learned. Yeah.
Thanks, Nova. Shanann.
Well, I think you all are hit the nail on the head there. I also struggle to believe that they wandered off into the woods. I think the reason I struggle to believe that is with the amount of resources that were put into the search, with the fact that there was 160 searchers on the ground. There were 4 heat seeking drones up at one point, and I think more so it was the behavior afterwards. I mean, I think along with everyone, the first day I thought, oh, they're going to find them. They're going to find them. And the next day I was like, they're going to find them, just give them some time. And then when Malaya left and different stories started coming out, it just became more and more unbelievable that they had walked into the woods. And the fact that apparently nothing has been found to substantiate that they walked into the woods. No evidence of their clothing, no backpack, and allegedly the only evidence that has been found allegedly has been planted. So, like the blankets, for example. And we haven't had confirmation yet, as far as I know, that both the sets of prints found on the pipeline corresponded with Jack and Lilly. We have one set that is the same size as Lily's, but we haven't heard anything about the other. And there was no other boot prints other than that cluster. And if they had gone in that direction, I feel they would have been found. Scent dogs would have picked up something. They had cadaver dogs out there and searched 40 kilometers. So I struggle with that theory.
All right. Thanks, Shanann. And then, of course, Daph. I got to unmute you. There we go. Oh, sorry, Daph. You're good.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I agree with all of you. And if you go back into the beginning, one of the first interviews, Daniel said the only set of boot prints they had found was 10 feet in the backyard. And then that changed to one boot print in front of Janie's RV facing the cabins, just one. And then it changed to the clumps or cluster over there on the pipeline. Now, I know that the dog did get some type of scent in the driveway, but that's it. And I believe, if I'm correct, that that same dog, after they found the blanket, was given the blanket or whatnot to try to find a scent with the ones on the pipeline, which it could not. It could not detect a scent for Jack and Lily whatsoever. So just having one piece of ripped blanket on a tree and then the cluster, just one cluster, there's no footprints walking away or walking up to that cluster, right? Even though they matched the boot print to what Malaya had purchased at Walmart for Lily, there was no match for Jack, right? And we know that there's not many stores there in that area, but Walmart, where pretty much everyone shops at. Now, some say there's not many children out in the area, but Daniel mentioned himself that there actually is. And now I know there is children out in that area. A lot of them have four-wheelers, ATVs. They go out there riding all the time. And we know some of these children ride the school bus with Jack and Lily. So they absolutely could have the same size boots, right? The same boots. So I do not believe they walked into the woods because, number one, walking with the pine trees with all the brush that has thorns on it, they would have gotten cut or clothing torn. Kids do not walk in a straight line like little soldiers. They stop, they fall, they look at stuff. They're not just gonna, you know what I mean? They're not just gonna walk in a straight line somewhere, even if they're taking a path. Even to get to those pathways like the pipeline, you have to walk through thick brush. They used radar on helicopters for 7 kilometers, right? They used heat-seeking drones, dogs, and they still could not find Jack or Lily. Now, some say maybe a bear chased them off or something. Well, wouldn't you have heard children screaming from this so-called bear? I mean, you can hear a pin drop out there. So why not hear children screaming or crying when the searchers are calling for them? So no, I do not believe that the children walked off whatsoever. I agree with all of you.
Thanks, Steph.
Hmm.
Okay. Now, so for me personally, most of you guys know how I feel about this. Started off obviously with Malaya's interview, which I thought, and I still to this day think is the most absurd interview without mentioning her own children's names. And then it became a question of, well, Daniel's doing what looks like a parent should be doing, right? You're kind of talking to the news, you're trying to bring awareness in a sense. But to me, it was always one of those things is that right at the start, I felt like it was a family involvement. Well, the first couple days, you're just kind of waiting that, oh, they've been found, end of story, great, the kids are found. Didn't happen. Same thing with Sebastian Rogers. After a couple days, you're just going like, as more and more as the time went on, thinking that possibly, could they have been in the woods? Could they have fallen somewhere? Could they have done this? You're looking at the abduction, but you're also listening to the press conference and you're listening to, what's his name, Rob McCammon or something like that, say basically like, and the way he said it, to me always stuck out that, basically if we felt like there was an abduction, we would tell you. And hence why whatever, no Amber Alert. So the abduction thing just didn't seem right with me because of the ruralness of the area. The fact that all of a sudden 2 children suddenly become targeted on this day that they're not in school and then 2 days off and they're sick. It just seemed all strange to me. But really, the whole telltale sign to me of all this is that I've looked at the whole hidden theory when it kind of came about, right? That's when Durwood, Dickwood, whatever you want to call him, when he started claiming that Malaya was at the end of the driveway and that Janie just missed seeing a vehicle and stuff like that, but that Malaya had basically hidden. And that became Daniel's and Durwood story. However, that all began together. And then it was just full of, well, what do you mean? Like, then you learn that Malaya wasn't at the end of the driveway. She was about 10 feet from the trailer holding Meadow and stuff like that. At first, it seemed absurd because it went past a couple, like if somebody was going to hide the children, at some point the truth would have came out very shortly after that, right? But it didn't. So then it went into orbit. And then it went into the fact that they're hidden on a reservation. Their timeline of their 20 minutes, their own timeline, their own words make that not make sense. But the one consistent factor for me in all of this is that for them to wander off, no sign of any backpack, clothing, anything like that, nothing. To think that they wandered off through a blanket up into a tree, continued on down a path, and left boot prints there is absolutely absurd to me. That one is absolutely absurd to think that a child that needed to be picked up that could barely walk, like, could you imagine how long it must have taken them to wander that far? And in this time frame now that probably searchers and everybody's come in and they're just, walking off into the sunset, leaving a footprint here and then magically UFO picks them up or something in order. So that just to me seems absolutely ridiculous. No dog scent, nothing to prove that. And it just does not make sense. To me, it's one of even the most absurd stories. But anyways, so for me personally, the whole thing about this has been their own words. Do their own words make sense? Does the timeline make sense? Timeline absolutely does not make sense. You can't make sense out of nonsense. Daniel has throughout the months, and we're almost coming up to 8 months now, has shown that he's inconsistent, that he lies, that he's full of BS. And to me, this is one of those things. To me, it's not rocket science that when somebody is sitting there and you got something to hide, that's when, of course, you're going to start telling fairy tales and BS and things that just don't add up. Cases that I always follow, again, they don't happen like this. The only time cases happen like this is when the truth isn't being told. Do we know what happened to Jack and Lily? No. So mine is family involvement. And unless something shows me different, it's the way that both Malaya and Daniel have acted in this case. And just the whole weirdness, the lies, the hiding, the not saying anything, and the constant stories and the timeline just don't make sense. Okay. So that's my perspective on it myself. And so the next thing that I would like to do with every content creator now, and starting with Justin, is a specific, say, topic, and then we'll round table it. So Justin might want to talk about something specific right now with the case, whether it's about Brad and Justin, the car keys, whatever. Justin, I'll let you talk, and then we'll round table it to see all our thoughts about this case.
I think we can start at Brad and Justin. That's a big topic for me, in my opinion. I noticed how Brad spoke to the RCMP day one, right? Just a few hours after Jack and Lily vanished, right?
Justin did.
Justin, sorry, Justin. Justin did. I should know that because it's my name as well. But anyway, so Justin spoke, just a few hours into this, and he said exactly what he says he heard or saw, right? There was no way possible for him to know that unless he experienced that. And one thing that I found very interesting is whenever I went and watched an interview that Daniel had did with DT, he asked him where he went, which direction did he go, when he went to go look for Jack and Lily for those 10 minutes. He says, I turn right, I go down the road, I go over the railroad tracks, and I stop there, turn around, and then go back toward Larig. Is that how you pronounce it? Larig?
Lairg, yeah.
Lairg, yeah. Which is precisely what is in the documents. And there was no way. It's not possible for him to know that unless he actually experienced that. This is not someone who read the document 7 months later and then said, "Oh, I saw or heard Daniel go down here." And it was not one neighbor. There was two neighbors, right? Two neighbors. So, and just the again, kind of going over like the timeline itself, it doesn't make sense because, in my opinion, it's not true. It's just not true for you to going through all of these roads and all of this culverts, waterways for in 10 minutes. It's just not a possibility to do all of that. And then you can go after he says he gets home after that 10 minutes. Well, many times he says he goes back into the woods, but then he says things like, no, the RCMP tells me, Daniel, how did they know his name? First of all, right there, Daniel, stop right there. We don't want you going back in the woods. So he's just said so many stories that it's just completely unbelievable from the get-go. And just knowing these neighbors, they don't want attention, right? They're not they're not us creators where we're up here and in the public eye. They are constantly they're not like us. So they're just there to say what they experienced, and that's it. They didn't want this, they didn't ask for this. They just are saying what they experienced. So
Thanks,
that's
Justin.
my part. Yep.
Melissa? Oh, and
So I
before
agree.
Melissa, sorry, 1 second, sorry. You guys, boss man obviously is Brad, and he's in the house. And again, I want to thank always the people that are talking, the family members, the neighbors, anyone that's trying to give us information, or at least information, and however you want to determine that information is totally up to you guys. But to me, it's always about the RCMP news articles, the news sources, family members, people that are trying to come out to tell the truth. And Brad, he said, of course, because children are involved. Brad has 4 children of his own. Okay. This is right close to him, obviously, and Justin. Justin meaning it, Justin at the KOA. Okay. And so again, so I want to just say I'm very appreciative for everyone that's speaking up and trying to tell the truth. Okay. Sorry. Just wanted to, only because I saw Boss Man come in here, so I wanted to acknowledge that. So, hey, Brad, thank you for being here. And go ahead, Melissa.
So I agree with Justin. For me, Brad didn't have to come forward. Justin from the KOA, he didn't have to come forward. They could have very well and just as easy, and probably, no offense, saved themselves a lot of trouble if they just sat back and said, I'm not getting involved. These aren't my kids. This isn't my problem, not my circus, not my monkeys type deal, and just sat there. Neither one of them did that. They came forward. They said what they heard. They said what they seen. And Daniel himself has backed up the timeline of what they've said. Yes, it was later, but he still backed it up. So, in my opinion, I do believe Brad and I do believe Justin. And they're not, in my opinion, the type that are going to come forward and put themselves in the line of sight of the RCMP, say, well, this is what I seen, if they're lying, right? Because it could easily be, a charge. At least in the US, it's a charge if you make a false statement. So I don't see them doing that. You can get charged with interfering with an investigation. There's several different charges, obstruction being the main one. And I just don't see them doing that if they weren't being honest. And their stories have not changed. They've been consistent. And even though they're getting pushed back and they're being called liars, or they're being told, oh, you're mistaken, it's a different day. No, they have stayed consistent and they've stayed honest and they've said what they've seen. And in my opinion, Brad, I don't know Justin, but Brad, in my opinion, just wants these kids found. He is doing everything that you would expect a good neighbor to do. He's going out and looking. He's spreading the word. He's keeping their name out there. If he had any involvement in this, he wouldn't do that. So I personally, in my opinion, I believe Brad and I believe Justin. Their stories back each other up. Their stories are backed up by Daniel Martell himself. That tells me all I need to know.
Thanks, Melissa. Charmaine.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give me a motive for somebody to be lying, somebody that's not connected, somebody that would never be like implicated. Of course, I believe the RCMP, as part of their investigation, should have done a door to door, and Brad's house would have been on that door to door. So eventually the police would have got to him anyways, but to insert yourself and kind of be out willing to talk on social media, you'd have to give me a motive for him to be lying for me to get on board with that. I don't buy it. There's no reason for it. I know that Brad's children rode the school bus with Jack and Lily. I know that when you live in a community and something like this happens and you have kids of a similar age, you become invested in finding out what happened because you want to protect your kids. So I think that the people that are questioning why he's inserted himself or whatever, they need to have a little bit empathy and put yourself in that position. And if you had kids that age and it was your neighborhood, what would you think and what would you do? What would you be willing to do? And just because I am who I am, I'm going to say that to me, Daniel has told me over and over and over again that he does not think that Brad Wong did anything wrong. He doesn't understand about the blanket and the bath mat and how all this stuff belongs to Brad. But he's told me many times that he does not think Brad Wong did anything to Jack and Lily. So, and I mean, Justin, I have no information about Justin. I believe everything that Sonny's told me that Justin has said. Justin told the RCMP what he told the RCMP. I'm a fan of law enforcement, so I don't think that they're not investigating. I don't think that they're just taking these neighbors' words for stuff that they don't have proof for. And just because we haven't been told what that proof is, doesn't mean the RCMP doesn't have it. In fact, quite the opposite. So that's my thoughts on that.
Thanks, Shar. I know, Va.
Hi. Well, I definitely believe them and agree with everything you guys have stated. I just want to read something here. There's things that stick out to you that have taken place throughout the last 7 months. And there's many I've written down. But going back and looking at things, I just picked this out. This is from Chief Superintendent Dan Merrow, the commanding officer of H Division, Royal Canadian Mounted Police. And this is what he wrote to the province of Nova Scotia. The investigative team from the Northeast Nova Scotia Major Crime Unit has referred this matter to me for support in seeking your consideration for its inclusion to the program, and this is for the $150,000 reward, as they believe there are individuals who are privy to information that could result in locating Jack and Lilly Sullivan. If they were in the woods, do you know what I'm saying? What does that mean? It doesn't mean that somebody's privy that they walked out into the woods.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's something more going on here. I have a question I want to ask. Daphne and Shan both brought up the Jack's boot print. I understood when the boot prints first came up. Cannot remember. I thought it was in the documents, but I went back and looked. And then I thought maybe it was in an article or on the news, and I've been going back to look, but still haven't located it yet. There's so much to go through. I always understood that Lily's, out of those boot prints, was the smaller of the two, not the larger one. That the other one that they're not talking about, because they're not saying it is Jack's, as those two guys had stated. I always thought the boot print that came out to be the 29 and, was similar to Lily's boots. I always thought that was the smaller of the two. And the other one was a larger footprint. Do you remember that, Sonny?
Yeah. And
Mhm.
I agree. Made it sound like that was a smaller one and that
Yeah.
there was a big one.
But I can't remember where I read that or heard it. But I know that was stated somewhere. So if that is the case,
Well, I was gonna say, if you don't mind, Nova. So we will come back to that.
sure.
But I was gonna say, because we're round tabling here. So now for Brad and Justin, the vehicle, and then we'll come back to it because we each all have our turn. So as for the vehicle for Brad and Justin and that, what's your thoughts on that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize we're staying on the same topic.
Yeah, we're basically round tabling. I thought perhaps you were thinking that, but anyway, so just to keep it on course. So basically, Justin was
Sure.
talking about that. Yeah. Okay.
I 100%. I 100% believe them. 100%. They would have no reason to lie or draw attention to themselves. And as far as the camera, one of the cameras is in Lorda Park, is what we're was being put out there. Justin was in the Lorda Park. Do you think he's going to come along and say that, knowing that the camera is right there that would have captured this vehicle, and now he's just going to make this story up? Obviously not. No, 100%. I wholeheartedly believe them. There's no reason for them to draw attention to themselves. And the other thing I'd like to point out is if it happened to be the wrong day, please don't forget that the camera footage that RCMP requested was for days prior to Lilly and Jack going missing. I think it was maybe 4 days at first, and then they even went 2 days back further or something like that. And then, so if that's the case and they did mix up the day, RCMP would see that on the camera as well if it actually did catch footage of the roadway and that vehicle doing that. And they would have come back and Brad would be telling us, oh, they came back and questioned me, are you sure that wasn't Monday or Tuesday? There would have been follow-up to that. So they have camera footage for that whole week. They would know that, if that was the case and that camera actually was pointing on that road, capturing every single thing that was going on, which would include Lilly and Jack walking by with a pink blanket. Those things would have been captured as well. So, my opinion, there's no camera that was literally pointing at that road to capture, to capture that.
Yeah. I'll just jump in there and say that camera was not working. But when
Right.
it comes back to my turn, then I'll talk about that.
Right
and
on.
so, yeah. Okay. Are you good? Is it Shanann's turn?
Yep, I'm good. Thanks.
Perfect. Thanks, Nova.
Yes, I think it's important to remember that Boss Man isn't the one that has 2 missing children. So treating him like he's some sort of criminal because he has a past when he's come forward and basically had his name thrown out there for something he didn't have to involve himself in. And I think that says a lot. He could have not said anything at all. And I think it's very telling. I think Justin was the one that kind of had the aha moment when the comparison was made to what Daniel had said he had done in the AM of the Friday versus what Brad had said he had heard in the hours of 12 to 5 in the morning. And I do agree that there are inconsistencies that can happen during stressful, traumatic events. And if you have mathematics involved, that can exacerbate things. So I believe Brad when he said that that is what he heard and that is what he saw. And due to his elevation, he was able to tell that. And I believe that because Daniel said that was the route that he took in so many words at different times. And it also corresponds with where the blanket was found. It also corresponds with areas that he knew very well. And they were short distances, short trips back and forth. And this is a different subject, but I'm sure we'll talk about later, but issues with the vehicle. So, hearing one vehicle go 4 times and a different vehicle come back the last time. And to me, that last trip is key. The last trip, I feel, is the key trip. And again, I don't see why people are scrutinizing them so much. If you read the documents, words are open to interpretation, but the document clearly says they weren't able to verify through the footage that they had what Brad and Justin were saying. Not that it was a lie, not that it wasn't true, not that they, any of those things. I think it was released And they allowed it to be released because they are looking for more people to corroborate that, because they need more proof that that's happened. If anybody else heard that at that time, if anybody had footage of that time, if there was a truck that had what do you call it, dash cam that happened to be driving by at that time. I think they were looking for more corroboration because they didn't find it on anything on the footage that they looked at because they've said there's no signs of abduction. They didn't catch the children walking in a particular direction, it seems as though. Otherwise, they would have concentrated on that. So I think saying that they're lying because they didn't find it on the footage is an easy excuse for some.
Thank you, Shan and Dash.
I agree. I agree. I agree with the neighbors. Like, why would they just come out and make up something absurd about, you know what I mean? Why would they just make up a lie? And some say, well, and two of them, oh, it was a different day that they could be thinking about. How can two grown men get the day wrong? Right.
They didn't.
And then you have Justin, who was staying at the Lorda Park, what y'all just said. And he literally came out that afternoon and told the RCMP that he can give them every vehicle that had went by. And then the RCMP came out, like a week later or something, and spoke to both the neighbors. I mean, that's not their fault that the RCMP couldn't get to them later on. But then you have the RCMP grabbed the cameras and they couldn't see anybody driving, because usually most people don't film the road, right? I mean, your alerts would be going off 24/7. And then they came out the end of May and got footage out there off Glengarry Station Road. There's a reason for that. Now, if you look at the areas where we were told where Daniel went, it doesn't show him going out to Glengarry Station, though, right? But it does, from what they have told us, going up the 289 to Larrig Road and then going to Matheson West Road and then Lansdowne Road, but nothing over there in Glengarry Station. So, in my opinion, they were definitely checking over there to see if they could get something just in case, like something that doesn't belong, shouldn't be in this area. Because even Melissa Scott said they want my neighbors' cameras and to give a list of our family members' vehicles and stuff like that so they can eliminate who doesn't belong in that area. So there had to have been something, in my opinion, that had to have been seen, but not caught all the way, if that makes sense. Do you see what I'm saying? Because why would they go out to Glengarry Station area and get those cameras out there? That's pretty far.
Mhm.
It's not far, but it's kind of out of the way from the house. So I believe what the neighbors say. Why would they just come out and say something like that? And like Shan said, they're not the ones who lost two children. Their children are still at their house.
And do.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Daff. Okay. So if you guys don't know, I've spoken with Brad for quite a few months now. I've spoken with Justin. This second caller or first caller, whichever, the one that called, obviously. So Justin would have been the one that called in from the KOA to say basically like, hey, if you need any, about the vehicles going down the 289 there, give me a call. That was on the scanner radio. So we know that was the first day. We also know by the documents that I believe it was May 17th is when they actually finally reached out to him. Even Melissa Scott said that they apologize for it taking so long to go gather camera footage. So Brad Wong, the search and rescue, it's pretty much in front of his home, and he has he had one camera working that was would be facing, I guess, Lansdowne Station. That was it. I'm just gonna bring up Google Maps for a second. You guys, so we'll take us off the screen for a second. I'll pull up Google Maps for 1 sec. Share screen. Let's see here. Okay, just to show you guys all. Okay, 1 sec. And we'll make that bigger. Okay, so obviously, let's see. Let me just go to there we go. Okay, so the search and rescue was here. Brad's house is over here. Justin, of course, was staying at the KOA over here. This house right here has cameras. I think about 5. Some of them not, say, wired in, and some of them were wired, but they weren't working. Okay, so I know this from a different source, and that is obviously, I'll just put on the highest pedestal of a reputable source. Apparently, I think this piece of land here had a camera, but this isn't what we're talking about. It would be this house here. The blanket, of course, is here, right? Talking about a vehicle. And of course, the boot prints. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that on DT show, he shows it. Actually, let me just move this for a second. And this is just going based upon what I seen on his. Was about here on the pipeline, the boot print. Again, I think it's rather absurd that 2 children were able to, come down here, throw a blanket up in the air, land in the trees, continue walking on, leave a boot print. It just seems totally absurd. Anyways, the other camera was right here. There was a camera here at the KOA. Okay. Now, although I don't see it now, it was there because I remember going down to Google Earth, seeing it stuck to a tree. Thing is that Justin himself from the KOA said that, he said that the owner would have showed him the camera footage if that camera was working, or a photo of a vehicle. So no, that camera was not working. Now, the narrative that's trying to be told now, in a sense, and that's okay. I mean, if DT wants to, have that information and say that it was work, or that Brad from Brad Wong's house, that Daniel pulling up here would have showed him the lights, coming off of this camera. Like, well, where? Again, right? Now, Brad's already shown us a video that he shared with me about a month or so 2 ago, of how he can see down from his elevation to Daniel's home down here, and showed a video to us to show that he can see that from that elevation, the lights, And so again, to me, I'm just going to come back up about that. Sorry, how come there's stuff? Okay, 1 sec there. Going to bring us all back up on the panel there. Okay, so the bottom line is that, yeah. So why would two people have such memory loss that they can't remember, that they're so stupid, that their brain cells aren't working, that they must have, perhaps had it on a different day, right? That they couldn't seem to remember that night. You got 2 people with 2 different incidents. The one then Justin, correct? He's the one through the posting that Daniel Martel sent to me, went back to the documents and had a holy fuck moment and was like, wait, the same things that Daniel said and the things to me are the same things that are being said, in the documents. And it was just like, yeah, and which is, again, coincidence? I think not. So you have 2 people that have no reason to come forward if they didn't want to, besides to help, want to, I saw or heard a vehicle. So Justin from the KOA, he never saw a vehicle. He heard a vehicle, a loud vehicle. And so Justin as well from the KOA had also said to me, did you know about the missing vehicle? And I'm like, wait, what? What do you mean missing vehicle? Now we've heard from Brad about a loud vehicle 4 times making trips, not a silent vehicle, but a loud vehicle that would have their muffler. Obviously in that area, everything's going to be enhanced. You're going to know, your neighbor's
Mhm.
sound of their
Yes.
vehicle.
Yep.
You're going to know it.
Mhm.
So he had said that Daniel, typically when Daniel, goes to work at the sawmill, that he basically starts his car and lets it run. But he said that morning, what stood out to him was that he got in the vehicle and drove off right away. It wasn't running, that it just drove off right away. Now, he starts at about the 12:22 mark. So he says between 12 and 5, he gave us some timelines, the 4 different roads, how it went. And again, doesn't mean it's 100% accurate. It's just to the best of his recollection. But to think that 2 people would involve themselves and, and forget these dates, with Brad, again, the search and rescue was in front of their house. At no point did they go to him and be like, hey, do you have any information? Da. No, it took him to the 9th. With Justin, it took him to the 17th to get to talk to him. Really? And they went back to Brad's after that too. But it's like, you can't help but sit there and go like, what the hell? Like RCMP. Sorry, RCMP, not to dish you guys, but you start from the whole part of this and you're like, first of all, why did they not cordon off the area right away? Let people just traipse all over. Why did they not gather the camera footage, talk to these neighbors right away? So Justin from the KOA calls in, to say, hey, if you need any information, but it's almost like, yeah, we'll get back to you on the 17th. Like what the hell's up with that, right? But anyways, so bottom line is this. There's no reason for these 2 people to have memory loss, 2 of them, okay? And somehow forget about hearing this loud vehicle. And again, a neighbor would know the sound of a vehicle, just like Jamie, and that will tell you about Brad's truck and how they can hear it a mile away and stuff like that. Same idea.
Can
Brad,
I interject?
go ahead.
I was going to say, it's people's talking about if they're remembering the right night. Remember, like we're talking about that. It's very interesting to me that, and I was talking to Dr. Vanna about this. When they first take your statements, they're taking it the day Jack and Lily go missing. You just have to remember last night. That's all you have to remember. Last night. And if you can't remember last night, that's a problem. Just like the neighbors, they just had to remember last night, right? With that night that happened.
Mm-hmm.
And also notably, the RCMP, according to Daniel, in his very own interview with his very own lips, says that when the dogs were there, that Daniel says that we believe you did something to the kids Thursday night into Friday morning. That's him saying that. We believe you, Daniel, did something to the kids Thursday night. He said that on an interview with his very own lips. That would also, in my opinion, support the neighbors, what they were saying the entire time, right? That there was this car happening, in the early morning hours as well. So I think it, and then, the other day I discovered that Daniel, he almost told on himself, in my opinion. He's talking about either the blue or the black, and just I went to get the 2 keys, all of that, because there's 2 keys. He says, and I always knew there was something up with that, in my opinion. Then he always talks about, I went to get the white Nissan. He says it in everything. He is, in my opinion, he's saying this to train himself to say these things. So all of those things. Now, Sonny, I think, what about, because this is what I would say the other side is going to say. Them talking about the RCMP said there's no evidence that the neighbors you know,
Right.
they don't have any proof of that. Well, that's because there's no fucking cameras.
Right.
You know, just because there is no cameras doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Exactly.
It doesn't mean it didn't happen. It's just that they don't have it.
And you guys, and so I'm going to go back to this because yes, and just of course, so to sit there and call them liars is just to me, shameful, to be honest. To sit there and actually call them liars or thinking that their brain cells aren't big enough to remember that they heard a loud vehicle on this night, is a criming shame. I'll just say that but to call them liars, it, when it has not said anything about that wasn't truthful, it just says there's no evidence to support that. And I get it. If there's no cameras, why would there be evidence? Not that it didn't happen, right? But this is when everyone has to use their own information that we put out there. Now, I do want to say quickly as well that Brad and Justin have been friends for 3 years, okay? Brad was talking to me the other day when I was asking him about this. They'd been friends for 3 days. Brad had done some work for Justin. He knew he lived over at the KOA, and that it was a couple, like 2 or 3 days after is when they spoke. And that's when the only thing Justin said was that he heard a loud car, right? I mean, we all know that it was, so, Brad had said that was Daniel's car. But Justin, anything about Justin, again, it's just that he heard a loud car at around 1:30 that night. And so I just wanted to let you guys know, like I said, that facts, because some people are sitting there like, oh, they're best of buddies and best of friends. They're friends and acquaintances. Again, they know each other, But does that mean?
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. I was just going to say, but, so again, it's not like these two people got together and was like, oh, let's conspire against Daniel and let's just make up some bullshit and let's just add a vehicle into the night.
Right.
Anyway, go
I
ahead.
was just going to say, like I had said earlier too, remember too that they went days back with those cameras. If it was the wrong night and there was a visual, there was footage, they would have seen that it was on another night. So that's not the case. Or it would have been spotted if those cameras actually are working, or there is a visual of that area.
Mm-hmm.
The only person that can't remember that night was Daniel, right?
Daniel, Malaya,
Malaya, yeah.
Melissa wanted to say something.
Their whole family lives out there. Talking about Daniel, Janie, their whole family lives out there. So why there's two, there's others, but a lot of Janie and Daniel's family live out there, right? Mm-hmm. So if you're like a sore thumb living out there, why on earth would you just make something up? It just doesn't make sense. You know what I mean?
Doesn't make sense. It's because it's nonsense.
Yeah, it would be intimidating, having the clan of family all around you and you're just telling the truth, and you would think the family would want the truth, right?
Absolutely. Hey, come down. I got the camera off.
And if they don't want, if they say, no, there wasn't okay, then, well, that says a lot, in my opinion.
Exactly, Justin. Whether any witness that comes forward is a blessing, whether what they think they're telling or what they are telling is related or not, they're doing the right thing. You would appreciate that no matter what. Like, gosh, thank goodness our neighbors are doing what they can to try to help. We didn't hear a loud car, but maybe they heard something we didn't. Doesn't make sense.
We've been begging for 4.5 years for a witness in Summer's case, over 2 years in Sebastian's case. Just one witness.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just throw in there that the likelihood of Boss Man thinking that this happened the night after or the night after and being confused, as suggested before by someone, I think is going to be highly unlikely, because there was a setup in front of his property. All the police were set up there, the first responders, the communication trucks. They were set up in front of his property and up and down the highway and the whole entire area. So he wouldn't have just heard one car coming and going throughout the night. He would have heard 20, 30, 40 flashing lights, yellow lights, red lights, green lights, walkie-talkies. So
They
I
went
don't
after
think he
Saturday,
heard that.
24 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he mistaken his nights, in my opinion, especially as
No.
Justin heard something as well on the night the kids went missing and said so the very same day. Just my opinion. And also, I'm sorry about, I forgot to close my mic off. The girls are having a sleepover this evening.
It's all good.
They're going back and forth getting snacks. So that's why I said, okay, quick, I'll turn off the camera.
Okay. Now, Justin, I'm going to touch on something with you. And the panel. So Haley, and she had put this out there as well. So she's the one that ended up sending the picture, remember, with the plasma lighter / car keys on the side, right? Now, Haley's the one, like I said, that put that out there. But Daniel said that those were Haley's keys to somebody, we'll just say.
What?
And bottom line is that, so dude, you're literally going to sit there and try to say that the person that actually put the picture out is the same person that she took a picture of her own darn keys. And she's that stupid that she didn't know what her own darn keys looks like. So, but yeah, he's trying to say that they're Haley's keys. Right. But we all know in that interview on DT, he said, because, I had 2 sets of keys, right, Daniel? That weird ass statement there that he made. Yep. But anyways, so I just wanted to let you know that he's trying to claim that they were Haley's keys. But yeah, I mean, obviously it doesn't make sense. Haley would take a picture of her own darn keys.
As she was going to, put them on a hot water tank and just, take a picture of someone allegedly, smoking meth in the bathroom or doing some weird stuff already in the bathroom that they were concerned about. But yeah, hold on. Let me just drop my keys right there. Let me just take this picture while I just took a piss.
Yeah, right.
Let's go for it.
Roll them in the mud first.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're going to go to Melissa. Okay, so Melissa, what topic do you want to talk about? And then we'll round table it again.
So before I go into that, I had something to say about the cars real quick. Just because our CMP has said that it is not substantiated through video evidence of another vehicle doesn't mean it didn't happen. It just means it wasn't caught on camera. Plain and simple as that. So for people to say, well, there wasn't a vehicle because it wasn't on camera. Well, okay, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there wasn't a vehicle. It just means it was not corroborated by the video itself. It doesn't mean it didn't happen. And I've seen somebody in chat, one of them, saying, well, why no Amber Alert? Well, there was no Amber Alert because we don't have a specific vehicle to say they are in a gray Toyota 4Runner. Here's the license plate number. There are very specific things you have to have in an Amber Alert. Do I think it needs revised? Yes, of course I do. But that's why there's no Amber Alert. And that's all I wanted to say about that real quick. Okay. I think it was Nova was going to say something, and then I'll go into my...
I was just going to say what you said is an exact quote from our CMP as well. What Melissa just said. She's just not willy-nilly saying that. That's exactly the quote from our CMP out of the media. Exact quote, not substantiated. It is exactly what they said. There was no words of they lied or anything like that. It has not been substantiated.
Melissa, I'm just going to say something to that quickly. And when on earth are we taking news channels titles as actual fact? They're trying to get freaking views and clicks and all that stuff. But when are we going to sit there and act like that? Here's a title that, RCMP, says that, you know what I mean? It's just a joke. Go ahead, Nova.
I was just agreeing. That's what I did my video on the next day. I did an education session on how to properly read a news article.
Yeah.
And you don't go by the title. The title is to capture you and pull you in. They can say whatever they want in the title.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways, that just cracked me up when I was like that. And of course, they change titles when new information kind of comes up, because like I'll be talking, for instance, to a reporter, and then she'll tell me that they've updated the article, right? Because there's some information that came out a couple of days later, in a sense, and so they again used the same article, maybe updated the title, added another paragraph to that whole storyline and stuff like that. Anyways, never going to sit there and take a title as it being factual. But again, I'm just going to say this. But to sit there and say that Justin and Brad lied is ridiculous. Let's
Yeah.
set the record straight. It was not said. It's never been said. We're here for truth. We're not here for BS or made up shit. We're just here to try to, all of us, try to see what happened to Jack and Lilly and put the truth out there as best as we can. That's the bottom line. But to try to discredit Justin and Brad of memory loss or that they lied, no, that's just wrong. Anyways, go ahead, Melissa, about your topic you want to talk about.
So I just want us to touch, and it's going to be a quick topic, I promise. The Natasha Hayward account of seeing a child going down the road, right? Like, for me, a lot of people took that and kind of, oh, well, that proves it was Jack and Lilly, but it really doesn't, because she said that the girl looked like she was like 9 years old and her hair was in pigtails and all of this. I think if anybody is mistaken on a day or a night that something happened, it's her. And I'm not saying she's lying. I very well believe that she could have seen what she saw, but I don't believe it was Jack and Lilly. So I'd like to hear everybody else's thoughts on that, because to me, it doesn't seem as if it's connected.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So, well, things have moved. Justin was beside me. So I guess, Shar, you're next, eh?
I want to be back beside you.
Or wait, Justin. Sorry, Justin.
I'm just kidding.
Justin, you were next in line.
No, I wasn't. Was I?
Yeah, because Melissa's doing her round
what are we
table.
talking about? Like, what's
So
the...
hers is Natasha Haywood, and what your thoughts are on all of that. Because remember, she was like May 31st reported it. I think it was.
I don't have a lot to say on that, to be quite honest with you, but I will say the RCMP says there is no sign of abduction. And if they thought that, you would also probably have seen Jack and Lilly. Someone would have seen them, heard them, something to that effect. But yeah, that's really all I have to say on that.
Thanks, Justin.
Next.
Okay, so Shar, you're next. Shar.
You're muted, Shar.
Oh, I thought I unmuted myself. I apologize. Yeah, I mean, I believe she probably saw what she saw, but the fact is, it wasn't Jack and Lilly. The clothes that they were described as wearing were not clothes for May 2nd, no matter what. Nobody was awake that morning to put Lily's hair in pigtails. And, there's a reason why she didn't report it until the end of May. Days get confused, people get confused. It just simply was not Jack and Lilly. And had it been, I mean, it'll come up later on, I'm sure, maybe possibly, but the RCMP said they have no evidence to support an abduction. So, and no matter what I keep saying it, especially to Daniel, and he says they said no abduction, but then we're willing to believe that Malay or somebody on the family took the kids elsewhere. It doesn't matter who took the kids, family abduction, non-family abduction, a stranger abduction. There's all different types of abduction, but when they say like an all-encompassing statement like that, no evidence to support an abduction, that's any abduction. So it wasn't Jack and Lily. It's just that simple.
Okay, thanks, Charmaine. Let's see. I guess Nova, you're next.
I didn't put much thought into that as well. When I read it, I immediately went back to articles after that tip had come in, because remember the documents, the date would have been backdated to when it had come in, and there was RCMP had come out after that in statements and continued to say no abduction. So it was obvious that, that tip wasn't viable. So.
All right, and Shanann?
I think that I agree with what Charmaine said. The clothing that they were seen wearing is not consistent with the weather on May 2nd, that's for sure. She was described as wearing a tank top, a blue tank top with like blue dangly bits that hung down, and Jack was in shorts, I believe, and that it wasn't tank top weather, that's for sure. And again, no one was awake that morning to put her hair in pigtails. And at a distance of that far away, would she be able to tell they were actually pigtails? And she also described the children as 9 and 6, I believe. And it occurred to me that possibly that could have been his biological children being seen picked up another time.
Well, you would think there would be a scent as well, wouldn't you? Like if they was
Yeah, and there was
down the
no
road.
scent down that road. Exactly. The scent stopped at the end of the driveway.
Yeah, it's
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Um,
Thanks. And sorry. And then, were you finished, Shanann?
Yeah, I don't have a lot to
Okay.
say about that. I think, again, with it being released, it's possible the RCMP were looking for someone to corroborate that, if anybody else had seen something like that. I think that's why some of this stuff was released. They were willing to, the judge was willing to let it get out there, was because they were looking to see if that sort of information could be corroborated by someone else or video or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. And Daph?
First, I want to tell CM and Van, thank you so much for your super sticker. And Miss Joyous, thank you so much for your super sticker. You guys rock. I appreciate you hanging out with us tonight. I apologize for being on my phone. I do have a couple thoughts on the lady who, now we know Daniel had his kids the week prior. And she said that the Natasha lady, she said that the one girl looked around age 9 or something like that. So could this have been Daniel's other kids? But you got to think of the weather too, right? Like, what was the weather the weekend before? And then, she didn't come out until later on. So it definitely could have been other children. You know what I mean? It definitely could have been obviously, it was other children, in my opinion, because there's no abduction. They say there's no abduction, but everything's on the table. But I don't really think anything of it. I honestly don't. I don't. Unless she was seeing Daniel's other children again, why would they be in shorts and a tank top? If it was the week prior, which would probably be cold weather out there, just off the top of my head.
Yeah. Thanks, Daph. So I personally, that one, when I read it, honestly, I didn't care about that tip because it didn't make sense. It was a month later, and if that was the case and it was of importance, there would have been an Amber Alert issued, because an Amber Alert still can be issued, and then you would have a vehicle type, did a BOLO type of thing. So that one, to me, I never put any credibility into that. Like maybe it was something that was reported, and maybe it was something like on a different day. Who knows? All I know is that one just never. I could have cared less about that tip once we learned about it. It just didn't make sense to me, versus age, and all. It just didn't make sense. So I just disregarded that information and pushed it to the side. All right. Yeah. Charmaine, your turn. What topic would you like to talk about? Thanks everyone for being here, by the way.
Guys, none of you guys have talked nearly enough about Janie's phone call at 9 or 8:48 a.m. lasted a minute and 39 seconds, I believe. She heard the kids playing outside sometime after that. Daniel heard Lily poke her head in and out of the room. What was that? Sometime between 7:30 and 8. Now, Malaya was up, phoning her mother at 8:28 a.m. She was up, and their phones had to be either in the bedroom window or the kitchen window to make a call. So, Malaya was awake, and she had Meadow with her. Even if Meadow had dozed off, that's not enough time for Malaya to fall back asleep hard enough to not hear her two children playing outside. That bedroom has a direct line of sight to the swing set where Janie claims to have heard the kids that morning. Malaya knew her kids were outside, number one, or number two, the whole thing is a lie. And I mean, it's the proof is right there. That's the proof right there. There's no way that a mother has her daughter, her toddler daughter, in bed with her, and she falls asleep hard enough within 20 minutes, give it even half an hour, hard enough to not hear her two kids playing outside where Janie clearly heard them playing by the swing set. Janie's got a piece of wood over her door. It's about the same distance from Malaya's bedroom window to the swing set, straight line of view across the yard to the swing set. It's on this side of the chicken coop, and then you've got Janie's window about the same distance away. The only difference is Janie's window has a black or a board over it, but she heard the kids. But Malaya, with her daughter, with her toddler in bed with her, didn't hear her kids, and we know she was awake at 8:28. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Okay.
And then you guys
Justin?
aren't talking about it. It drives me crazy.
Um,
I'm going to disagree with Charmaine on it. Well, maybe not as maybe much, but I've talked about that many times. But I think that Charmaine's more keyed in on that time because that the whole timeline, and we'll get into it. Anyways, Justin, go ahead. Your thoughts.
did you want to talk on that? Wasn't it your? Is it your turn? No, it's my turn. I
No,
think.
it's your. It was
Sorry.
Charmaine's the one that brought it up. Her round table. So it's your turn next to talk about
Okay.
what Charmaine's talking about.
Gotcha. So that is interesting. One thing I also think would be interesting, panel, is if we went through the documents one day. I'll just read the thing and just spout out as well. That's just another thing I would like to talk about. I think that would be good. Just my opinion. Okay, so that right there. In the documents, I do believe that Malaya says that she didn't believe she used the phone that morning. Doesn't it say that?
Let's see. Melissa, do you recall that? Miss Document Woman?
She didn't think she used the phone.
Yes.
Her phone records
She
show
said she
that phone
didn't
call.
think she used the phone.
Yes. She didn't think she used the phone, I want to say, prior to calling 911, which I found interesting. And I kind of spoke on what Charmaine was talking about maybe yesterday. They'll kind of run together. So I find it interesting that at 6:15 or so, or 6:16, Malaya says the kids are absent. Without, first of all, going in the bedroom and checking on her kids. That's literally right beside of her. We make a conscious decision as parents. If our kids are really sick, they're not going to be well the next day, fine, right? But she had already, they had already missed a day of school prior. So she just marks them absent without going in to checking at that time. And that's like 6:16ish. Uh, Janie around this time is awake. Doesn't she? Is she on the phone at 6:16, 6 or close to 7?
Saying Janie was sent something to Ron, I think.
Yes.
Or no, a missed phone call or an unanswered phone call at 6:15. She sent something, a TikTok or something at 6 something.
24.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I find it interesting that Malaya's on her phone, Janie is on her phone at these times. And then the next time that we start having, phone calls from Janie and Malaya is around the 8 something window, right? Janie's call.
8:28.
Yeah.
8:28 is Malaya's call to our
Yeah.
mother, and 8:48 is the
8.
call to Ron.
Ron. Yes. And I find that very interesting. But they're also conveniently, they all hear Jack and Lily. Daniel says he sees Lily a couple times that morning, even though she doesn't really say anything. And then he came out later, like 7 months later, and says, she said, "Hi, Dad," or something like that. "Good morning, Dad," or something. I find that interesting as well. The 8:40, they're all back on the phones at like 8 something, and Malaya saying, "Well, I didn't use the phone prior to that as well." But they're all sleeping at, or dozing in and out at the most convenient times to whenever, Jack and Lily leave the house, right? Janie says she hears them outside, right? Also in the documents, it says that anytime the kids would go outside, Janie would always contact Malaya or Daniel and say the kids are outside, especially if they didn't, like what she said, she would always do that, like if they didn't have boots or anything on. I don't see Janie living in this little camper, and it definitely not being sealed up very well, right? There's not a good vacuum in that home. You don't shut the door and the other door shuts, because there's pipes coming out and all this. If she hears them, and this is something that her normal behavior is of the morning, to call Malaya or Daniel, why does she not do it out of all of these mornings? We're creatures of habit. We do what we do generally. And then she's, conveniently, I guess, dozing whenever Jack and Lily are supposedly, getting out of the fence or whatever, right? She's dozing in and out. But she also says she would have heard them if they would have left the yard, right? I would have heard them if they would have went up through there or whatever. I would have heard them. But you're saying that you were also, dozing in and out. One of the FBI's biggest red flags for cases like this is saying that someone was asleep, because you can be there, but it also takes you out of responsibility. Takes you out of the responsibility. They were all enough awake to check on, to hear their kids, but, not give the responsibility that they've, been asleep since what, 11 o'clock that night, Malaya, somewhere around there, 10, 11 o'clock. And you're not getting up to check your kids to see if, they're sick, they're hungry, or whatever else. And, yeah, it's very convenient that they're all on these phones around the same time, and they all hear something, but they also don't see anything.
Mhm. Okay. Thanks, Justin.
Yep.
Okay, Melissa, Mrs. Queen of the document. You guys don't know that Melissa's made a humongous document with a lot of
Amazing.
details in it. Yeah, it's a lot of work, a lot of time. And so it's one of those things that when Melissa came in here, she really didn't know much about the case besides following, what I was putting out in a little bit. And then it turned into her saying, hey, do you want me to like do a document like Sebastian's? And I was like, yeah, go for it. It's nothing I could ever do personally. It's just amazing. So, anyways, Melissa, you have come to know a lot about this case now. So go ahead. So Charmaine's thing was about the Malaya being awake at 8:28, making a phone call to her mom, a phone call with Janie type of thing, and about obviously, how one could not know or hear, Jack and Lily and stuff like that. Anyways, timeline kind of thoughts there for that.
So for me, I picked up on that too. So, to go back to what Justin said real quick, I've said that several times in several different chats. If your kids are sick, why aren't you getting up and checking on them, right? You get up to call them into school, perfect time, because you have to go to the window to make this call. That's what they've told us, that to make a phone call to get service, they have to go to the window to do so. So you get up, you get your phone, you call your kids in sick, but you don't check on them to see if they're hungry or thirsty or need changed or need some food or if they're still sick. Like, it doesn't make any sense. So I agree that I honestly think that they weren't necessarily sick as much as it was they didn't want to chance CPS being called for a second time from the school because Lily had the black eye. But Janie got a call from Ron at 8:48 to ask her if she wants to go to town. And this was in the court documents, page 7 of 47, section 18B2. She got a call, wanted to know if they wanted to go to town. She said, no, I'm going back to bed. Okay. So you got 8:48 for Janie on the phone. You've got 8:28. You've got Malaya's missed call to Cindy. So I agree. It's weird. You're telling me between, let's say 8:28. Let's take Malaya's call, not Janie's call. Let's take Malaya's call at 8:28. You don't hear your kids outside. Janie's on the phone and awake at 8:48. She's not hearing the kids outside at this time. Like, it doesn't. Everybody's obviously awake. You've called the kids in. She didn't call the kids into school. Let me restate that. She texted the kids into school or emailed them into school that they're not going to be there at 6:17 and 6:18. And then your alarm goes off at 6. And then 6:15, you get up. Within a minute of getting up, you already found your phone, logged in, and marking your kids absent within 1 to 2, 3 minutes, right? You're not checking on your kids. Janie's because she's on the phone with Ron about going to town, and she's like, yeah, no, this is the one time. She's like, no, I'm just going to go back to bed, right? Like, she normally went to town with them. So for me, that's weird because you're breaking your pattern of life. Your pattern of life is you get up, you call them into school, you check on them, you feed them, all this stuff for Malaya. Janie's pattern of life is she gets up, she has her cigarette and her tea, she goes out and, messes with her chickens. And on Fridays, she goes to town with her brother and her mother. Well, this is the one time that she doesn't do that and the kids go missing. Like it just doesn't line up for me.
Nope.
It just doesn't. So you've got Malaya up at 8:28 at least. You've got Janie up at 8:48. Both of you are on the phone, but yet you don't know what these two babies are doing when they're supposedly sick. Come on. Take that shit elsewhere. I don't believe it.
Thank you, Melissa. Nova.
I just want to touch on where Charmaine had stated about Malaya needing, if she was up around that time to use the phone. Well, we know she did attempt to make a call to her mother. So obviously she was either at the kitchen window or at the bedroom window to do that. So I did actually do a whole video. That's why I was saying I did. I did a whole video on that possibility because I do agree with Charmaine. If she was up in the kitchen to make that phone call around that time, it's really hard to believe that that she did not hear the children, or there was no type of interception there between them. So I it did hit me, and I wondered, the theory of accidental. Could one of those possibilities be that Malaya did, the kids, they already admitted were being loud, and that perhaps she did rely on Janie that day to do what Janie always did and contact her when she noted that the children were outside, and that was going to be her, alarm type thing to wake up from a nap with the baby. Did she allow them to go out to have the quietness and perhaps go back to bed for the nap with the thought that, oh, well, Janie's going to give me that call that she always gives when she sees the children outside, and that'll be my wake up alert, and I'll get up from my nap then. But things, and Janie says she always did that. Was that the one day she didn't, and it spiraled into this? So that is a thought I've had, in the accidental area of theories. And what was the other thing? There was something else I was going to say, and of course I can't remember. And to note that it wasn't unusual for her to call her mother every day as well. And it would be interesting to know those, what the history was there of what times she typically did call her mother, or, what times of the day did they have their phone calls. Because if it was not in that time frame of, around 8:30 in the morning, that would certainly be unusual for that to take place. And Janie, as far as Janie, I've touched on that a couple of times, that I certainly hope that her phone, we do know for a fact that Malaya's and Daniel's were taken, but the logs and everything were looked at, the records, and I certainly hope Janie's were as well. Because, her statements of she was on TikTok, she was on Facebook, I certainly hope that was looked at as well to be fact. And I do know in those documents, there's a couple of things that are redacted. You can't really tell what they are. You can see the address, but everything else is redacted. And I looked up those addresses, and in those areas, it came back to like telephone companies. So, whether those were to do with Daniel and Malaya, I don't know. Or perhaps it does have to do with Janie. I don't know. But yeah, that's my thoughts on that.
Thanks, Nova. I did put everyone's links. Well, not mine, but I put everybody's links in the chat just a minute ago as well. Okay. Shanann, your turn.
Nay.
Yay. Yay.
Oh,
So I'm going to try to not make this go on and on, but you've all touched on some really great areas there with regards to the timeline and Janie and Malaya and Daniel and what was going on around the times of 6 a.m. to when the police were called. And it does stick in my mind. I took some notes because I didn't want to forget that Malaya used the app to report the children absent. So she technically didn't have to leave the bed in theory. But between the time of 6:17, 6:18 a.m. when she reported them missing on the app and 9:40 a.m. when she noticed the children missing, did she not have to get up and go to the kitchen to get Meadow a bottle? She was only about 12 to 14 months at the time. About 14 months, was she? Maybe
She was
not
16 months.
16 months. So most children are on a bottle till about 2, I would think. But she would definitely need a
I
drink of some sort.
I guarantee
And
you she could walk, so she was definitely still on her bottle for sure.
yes. So I wonder between that time, so between 6:17 when she made that
Mark them
call
absent.
on the app, and then 9:40 when they noticed they didn't hear the children anymore, that she didn't have to get up and go to the kitchen to go and fix Meadow a drink. I mean, that is what I mean, as someone who's had 3 children, I struggle with that. I struggle with you being able to settle a child back down to watch TV without them having a snack and a drink. That was one thing I really struggled with that time. I just find it impossible that she didn't leave that bedroom to go and fix Meadow a drink or Daniel at any time between 6:17 and 9:40 a.m. when they noticed the children when things went silent. There was a lot that went on around the 6:10, 6:15 time. We have, and the whole reason why the timeline began to stick out to me was when Darren came on the scene and he was very confident from Janie, who was giving him this information, that Janie had missed a call from her brother that morning at 6:10 a.m. and had gone out of the trailer to return the call and had caught Malaya at the end of the driveway. And this was something he repeated multiple times in the beginning until it was retracted. But we do know that Janie was on her phone at 6:24 a.m. sending messages to Ron. So we have her awake at 6:24. We have her awake at 7 feeding the chickens. We have her having her tea. And then we have her still awake at 8:48 to tell her brother that she's decided she's not going to town. And in that time, the children were allegedly inside the house, not seen or fed or heard with only just Lily popping her head in the door. Like the whole timeline of that morning is strange. And again, that's the only day that Janie isn't outside to see the kids that morning, to see them go on the bus. It's the only day that she decides she's not going with Ron to go to town. It's oh, and also that allegedly Malaya didn't know she was going to be there because she was supposed to be with her boyfriend that night. Have we ever heard of a boyfriend since then? Or have we ever heard of a name or who that might have been? There was just so much confusion around that timeline. I just struggle. I don't believe any of that. And I think that the fact that she didn't go with Ron that day and had allegedly told him that morning that she wasn't going to go, I think she told him that because the children were already missing. And she knew that.
Perfect.
And
Thanks,
they all knew
Nan.
that. Sorry, I did ramble. I apologize.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Daph, your turn.
Well, what do I gotta say now? I'm just joking. Yeah, like Shan was right on the dot with that. So her alarm goes off at 6:15, and for her to get her bearings, think about it. So you hit snooze, right? And then your alarm goes off at 6:15. Within a couple of minutes later, 6:17, she checks the kids out of school. 6:17, 6:18. That's not even enough time to get up and like realize, you know what I mean? To go check on the kids to see if Lily is still sick. Like, that's not even enough time to do anything. Usually the first thing you do is go to the restroom, right?
Yep.
And then go check on your kids to see if they're okay. And then check them out of school. No, she didn't do any of that. She just woke up and then did the app and then who knows what else. So right there tells me, in my opinion, kids were gone way before then. Number two, like we were talking about, why didn't Janie go to town with Ron? Right? It's $1,000 question right there. When she goes every single week, right? And then why did Ron call so many times? Why are they talking so many times? Like, that's just crazy to me. I don't even talk to my mom that much. And then Janie can hear everything. Her walls are paper thin, right? She knew, though, she knew exactly where the kids came outside. She even corrected Allie, the girl doing the interview. She knew where Daniel was hollering for Jack and Lily. And then she also mentioned, well, I thought he was just hollering for Jack because he likes to let my chickens out. And I had already let my chickens out. Well, that doesn't make sense quite, right? Because wouldn't he just be yelling for Jack if Jack lets the chickens out, not Jack and Lily, right? Oh, and what's the other one there? It just, none of it makes sense, guys. And then Malaya calls her mom at 8:28, but it's a missed call. And what about the driveway, guys? We haven't mentioned the driveway, the raking, you know? Oh, and then here's another thing also. Why didn't anybody call Janie? I noticed that Malaya called Janie on Tuesday, the day Jack and Lily actually went to school. She called her at 6 o'clock in the morning, right? And then again, like at 9 something in the morning after Jack and Lily went to school. So I feel that Janie actually helped her probably get the kids on the school bus a lot more than we know about. And that's why she probably called her. It's 6 o'clock in the morning because that's the time she usually wakes up, right? 6 o'clock in the morning, her alarm, and then she'll snooze it and then wake up at 6:15. So why would she contact Janie that early on a Tuesday when we know the kids went to school that day? So that tells me Janie probably helped her get the kids on the bus and stuff like that. I'm just taking a wild guess here. So, and then Janie also calls Malaya or texts Malaya when Jack and Lily are outside. So why is it that she didn't text or call Malaya that morning when she heard the kids outside?
She didn't bother to see if they had coats or boots on. Like, she didn't even care. Why is it she didn't go to town that day like she usually does? Why are there so many phone calls going back and forth between her and her brother? Why is it nobody called Janie, right? Even if they thought that she had stayed out with this invisible boyfriend that she had that morning when Jack and Lily went missing, wouldn't you have thought to call the person who owns the property, that lives on the property with you, right? If they're not in the house and they're not in the yard, wouldn't you have thought to call her too before they knew that, you know what I mean, when she came out of the RV? But no, they didn't. They didn't do any of that. So nothing adds up to me. I'm sorry. It just doesn't. And that's what I gotta say.
Thanks, Daph. Thanks, Daph.
Mhm.
Okay, so for me on all this, I'm gonna start at the, I guess, 6. Her alarm goes off at 6:15. Again, whatever. She calls them in, or sorry, apps them in at 6:17 and 6:18. She would have had to do that near her window, as Daniel did, send a message where him and Malaya are talking about, hey babe, are you near the window yet? Are you seeing my message type of idea? To me, from the night of up until this point, this just becomes, for me personally, an alibi about times, and that there's 3 people that obviously didn't get their story straight together, and it's their own words I always use against them, because it's their own words that don't make sense to all of this. So I do know that Malaya did not check on the children that morning. She was asked why, and really didn't have an answer for that. So I'll agree absolutely, like Justin said, is that when you watch true crime cases like this, when people seem to have memory loss and they're sleeping, again, it's trying to distance themselves, and all 3 of them seem to have this sleep issue going on during this whole timeline. So 8 o'clock to 8:30 was the time that Malaya had sent over to Belinda. And Malaya, besides in the documents, Malaya had never discussed anything about seeing Lily. That was only in the documents. And I guess what she said to Lana, never during the interview, never during another moment to me, even when I asked her about, so you heard, Lily and Jack, whatever, in the room. And so this is all between 8 and 8:30. So again, never has she ever mentioned about seeing Lily up until you see it in the document at 8:20 is when approximately when Lily pops her head. Now, this whole timeline at that point, again, there's just so many inconsistencies about the fact that she never talked about seeing Lily, that Daniel, when he spoke, he talks about how Lily came in and that she said something. Next thing you know, she didn't say something. Next thing you know, it's like, daddy, like, hey, dad. The next thing you know, Daniel's telling us about a lock on the freaking door. And that's the reason why he woke up. Now, Malaya has Daniel passed out. She has herself asleep as well, pretty much all night. She has Daniel pretty much laid out until 9:40. Obviously not true. So to me, again, it's trying to make sense out of bullshit for all this. You have Daniel talking in an interview how he was barely asleep, right? So you have now Malaya. So 8 to 8:30 is always very important to me. And the reason why that's important to me is because Malaya obviously, left the property the next day, and we barely heard hide nor hair out of Malaya after that. And so, of course, Daniel's the one that's trying to do all the talking here. But anyways, so you hear Daniel, like I said, talk about and about how he Malaya. No, sorry, there was something I was going to say. It left my mind. I'll come back to it. Anyways, you have 8 to 8:30 is this timeline that they didn't know. That's what I was going to say. They didn't want to talk about, like Daniel. Every time I tried to ask him about this timeline, because in the articles, if you guys remember, it was about a 20-minute window. Well, in an article near the beginning, Daniel says that, he heard Jack in the kitchen. Lily popped her head in and out multiple times. That changed to a couple times. That changed to, I think, one time. His story just kept ever changing on that when it came to the whole timeline. But anyway, so 8 to 8:30 was always important to me because it seemed like the 20-minute window is basically like I got up, within 20 minutes. So that 20-minute window then to me would have been, okay, so 8:30 to 8:50, right? But that question by Daniel was always avoided, never to be answered. And it just drove me bonkers. And I felt like that was something that a lot of people didn't really put a lot of detail into, because it really bugged me how he kept avoiding it. You guys know how Daniel's been over the months of saying different things and inconsistencies. So then it turns, into this whole 9:40 timeline. Well, let's go back. So 8:28, Malaya makes a phone call to her mom, goes unanswered. Okay. Again, to me, probably from the bedroom. Who knows where she tried to make it, if it was truly from the kitchen. But we know that phone call did happen. Again, 8:48, Janie's talking to Ron there, and everyone seems to kind of be awake. Daniel's telling us that he's like, it's not like he was in a deep sleep. So how is nobody, when Janie, after 8:48, says that she goes back to bed, right? And that she's, I think, on Facebook, and then she falls asleep. And then, but she knows that she heard the kids outside, right? Like basically 100%, she knows that she heard the kids outside. Now, I even remember a piece when Daniel says, well, now she's not sure, like, or, if she heard them. I remember, and it was almost like when Daniel goes with the stories or the content that's out there, and then all of a sudden he's like switches it up. Anyways, Janie, she's spoken to Belinda, says, that she heard the kids being hushed by Malaya, and Janie, and it was potholes. Now, then Janie turns around and denies that about hearing the kids come out and that Malaya shushed the kids. Again, in what world are two children outside playing in a backyard, and you got Janie's trailer over here, their trailer over here, Daniel's barely out of sleep, Malaya's trying to make a phone call to her mother in that near vicinity, you got a TV on, you got meadow in your arm and stuff like that, and you guys are all acting like you're unconscious. Again, Malaya puts Daniel the whole time as as unconscious up until 9:40. And so it just really becomes that next thing you know, it becomes Malaya says, I tell Daniel that I heard the children, or sorry, I tell Daniel, do you hear the children? Right. Then next thing you know, it's Daniel saying, I say to Malaya, do you hear the children? Then Daniel's trying to make us believe, like, you know what, DT? I mean, that was quite fast. I mean, she just said it almost instantly, as if, again, to place, put blame, placing blame on Malaya is what he's done in the last few months. But anyways, so that timeline was always important. So this whole thing of they both got up, and then Daniel will tell you in a different story that, like, well, Malaya could have gotten up and, did all this shit and handed the kids off and, and all that stuff. His story is so inconsistent. Actually, all of them are. But anyways, so then all of a sudden they both come up. Daniel has about 5 different stories to tell about when 911 was called and how it happened. At first he's, with Malaya, she's, he's about to say, like, well, let me just go check the woods. 1 second. And then in another statement, it's just like, well, what the fuck would you do, if your 2 kids are missing? And another thing is that Malaya was on the phone when he was coming down out of the woods. So there's multiple different, like, there's about 5 different versions to all of that, right? Then we have, again, Janie, who's sitting there going, well, hey, you know what? I mean, I heard Daniel yelling. So, well, going back to what Nova said, a big thing here is that neither of them, what, you wouldn't be sitting there, hey, mom, my children in there, the children in there, mom. Don't do that. They don't even bring that part up at all, that they went and checked with Janie to make sure, because that would be a normal thing to do when you're coming out of your house, right? Absolutely. And so, but anyway, so then you have Janie, and this is at, like, say, the 9:40 time. And the children, she heard the children, I would have heard Jackie boy, but I heard them playing in the backyard. But yet, what, you didn't hear a vehicle come up all of a sudden, And then she's like, and then Janie's comment to that was, well, if it was a newer car, well, what kind of special newer car could drive up your driveway that your dog would not hear and that your ass would not hear, Janie? Absolutely zero, right? This is a whole,
Tesla.
yeah,
Mm.
right, right. Like some special UFO hoverboard somehow came in there, grabbed those
Hoverboard.
children, and took off, right? Freaking Back to the Future shit. But anyways,
I have a Tesla, and I can hear it outside. By the way, you can hear it. Like when someone's
Well-
back in, it's like wah, 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 wah.
yeah, especially when you
Yeah.
got rocks on gravel and stuff like that. Like you're not going to hear
Exactly.
that of the tires and stuff.
I like when
that.
Sunny does the UFO.
Yeah.
Down and got them.
Because it's absurd. So again, so Janie is sitting there acting like she's like, well, I heard Daniel yelling for 10 minutes, and because she's saying that she came out after 10 minutes. You honestly think Janie's butt would be sitting in that trailer for 10 minutes listening to Daniel call out the kids' names and stuff like that, with her just like, just a normal just a normal day on that Friday too.
There was
But-
one story where she actually came out. Remember, he says it was actually Daniel that said that. He said, "Mom came out because she heard me yelling," but then it changed. She was dozing.
Well, I mean, exactly. Like I can understand that there's discrepancies in bits and pieces of a storyline, but
Yeah.
it's still consistent. But this, like, again, we all know Janie is not that grandmother that sits there and minds her own business. Okay, she just ain't. We all know that about the pink blanket in the garbage.
Oh yeah,
Right?
we need to talk about that.
Yeah, and we will. but so anyway, so then all of a sudden this little window that they're trying to say that the children were taken from becomes like pretty much a 5-minute window, really, because then Janie basically is like, I saw Malaya holding Meadow
Yeah.
right about here.
How did she get out there? Like how did Janie get out there? You know
Well,
what
she
I
said
mean? Like, go ahead, please.
No, she just, her reason why her being out there was because Daniel, after 10 minutes is that, oh, well, I thought Daniel was just calling because Jack and the chickens and that they're calling the kids inside. And then and all she said was that she came out of the trailer, right? And like 10 minutes later, because I think Allie asked her, like, well, how long is she said 10 minutes later, something like that.
Mhm.
And so then again, but this goes to their whole like bullshit storyline. So kind of what happened to me is that there was all this information, misinformation, bunch of twisted stories that Daniel Martel was telling. And then all of a sudden Janie speaks out. And then to me, she blows all their timelines apart, all because of their own words.
Yes.
And then this whole time of being taken by somebody, right? Haley and all that stuff becomes a very small window. Now, so it's just one of those things is that absolutely that Daniel's barely sleeping. Malaya's was on a phone call. Janie's freaking mostly awake all morning, and what? And only Janie heard the kids, crock of shit. Janie didn't hear no kids, in my personal opinion, at all, because it's just a false timeline. But like I said, so the 10 minutes after that, then Janie comes out and then she says, like basically, like, where's the children? And then she goes, well, and then she goes and decides to check the woods. Now, Daniel's too busy blaming Malaya and saying that she's the one that said that they were in the woods. But yet by Janie's interview, she's like, well, the first thing I thought about is go check those woods. And yet none of them say that the children are in the woods, right? The Jack needed to be carried and all this crap and stuff like that. The timeline gives me an absolute headache. And the reason why is because you're trying to take their BS and put it together to make sense. And all you come across is, to me, just a bunch of BS that it's kind of like, why do I even want to waste my time entertaining their timeline besides to blow their shit apart?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't make sense.
That's all it is for that morning, is to blow the shit apart, because I don't think it happened. And they don't remember Thursday night because they don't want to remember Thursday night, because that's when it happened.
Just a normal day. Just a normal day, Justin, right?
And
Just a
Yeah.
and
normal-
Daniel always has 2 or 3 answers to one question.
Yes.
Like
Yes. I didn't
so
hear
confusing.
her. Or sorry, he says, Malaya woke me up, and then he said we woke up at the same time, and then he said I don't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean same sentence, same sentence. I got
Well,
to question something one of you said. I think it was Sunny. You said near the window yet
yeah.
message.
Yeah.
What is that about?
So in order to like, so I was kind of curious about the messaging, like how could Malaya have messaged, like where in the house would she have messaged from, considering that they have such a bad connection? And so Daniel, so when I was wondering about the call, you know, like the app to school or the call to her mother
Mm,
at 8:28, he said that she would have to stand near the window. And then he sent me a message that he had a conversation with Malaya when he was saying, hey baby, you know, are you near the window? So, you know, for me, I don't believe Malaya went out in the kitchen. I don't believe any of their shit, to be
but
honest with you. But
didn't
the
they
call
have
did happen.
didn't they have
Starling?
Wi-Fi?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
in the home, in the home, there was only like 2 spots. It was either near the window or I think in the kitchen or something like
for
that.
the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Even with the Wi-Fi, they had a hard time
Yeah.
connecting.
With the Wi-Fi.
That's why she
Okay.
had that Text Plus app.
Okay. The
Yeah, Daniel said that his phone didn't work from the bedroom, but Malaya's would because he has like whatever a Samsung or whatever versus her iPhone, so that hers would work from the window, but his wouldn't.
he said he was. Remember he said Malaya was playing on her phone.
Mhm.
Remember in that one
Yeah.
story he
Oh
said
yeah.
Malaya was playing on her phone.
Yeah, that's all she was doing. She
Yeah.
wasn't calling the name. He was running around and all that stuff, and that she
Mhm.
was just playing on her phone. Again, you know, my brain hurts for the timeline because even as the months continued, it's just inconsistent. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to not hearing the kids. So we have 3 people that were in and out of sleep, but Malaya puts Daniel sleeping the whole entire time. You know, well, what about the drugs that you, Malaya, that you told people,
Yeah.
right? Family even about the drugs that she woke up and Daniel was doing meth in the bathroom and stuff like
Mhm.
that. Like
Yep.
for Daniel in that interview when Daniel was like talking about, I think it was Reddy and the dog Narc, of course. That to me was just Daniel. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mwah. That was like a chef's kiss right
Yeah.
there. Him telling us that, going, see, Daniel, like even they don't believe you. But you're the one sitting there telling us. And but on that interview, he's like, you know, well, Thursday was just a regular day. You know, nothing to remember here, just a
Yeah.
regular day.
Can't remember
So
last night.
yeah,
Why did
you know, sorry, go ahead, somebody.
landline if their phones didn't work that well?
Say that again. You broke up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why didn't they have a landline?
Well, that would take away from their mathematics. You know.
You would
Um,
think that's the right thing to do if they had to stand on top of their head in a corner
that's
to use the phone.
responsibility, though, Daff. We're not talking about They don't check on their children. They don't check on their sick children of the morning.
Yeah.
Also in the dispatch, they said when's the last time they had seen the kids? They say 8 a.m.
Yeah.
Well, it's 8 to 8:30, but they took the 8 a.m. time because obviously they took the first time that was said. So, right, even though Malay is saying, well, obviously, right, that as she's seen Lily at 8:20, poke her head in, but they took the earliest time for that. And that's why hence it was said 8 a.m., 8 a.m. So yeah, exactly. Like you're talking about 8 a.m. to 8:30 that they're popping their heads in, they're playing in the kitchen, you know, and then you're acting, like I said in the first interviews, you're acting like this 20-minute time window is right after that. But no, then all of a sudden, like I said, we get this 9:40 because that's just to me bad alibi planning, to be honest, is how
It
I
is.
Mhm.
It is. But
They were building
you know,
a timeline on us, in my opinion.
I
When
agree.
everybody else coming up with it seemed like reading the dispatch and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to go to Nova. Nova, now you can talk about whatever you want this one, Nova.
Thank you. Finally. No, I'm teasing. Well, let's go back to the boot prints. Yeah. So somehow, somewhere along the line, I remember reading or hearing somewhere that the smaller of those two boot prints was Lily's. Does anyone else recall that? And any other thoughts you have on the boot prints? And they're not saying in the documents that the other one is Jack's as well. So that's interesting.
Let's start with that too. And so we'll go round table again. Now, in saying that, when you guys are referring to Nova's question there, also tell me if you guys actually believe that the footprints have anything to do with this case, or if it's just, not even anything to do with Jack and Lily's disappearance, even if the boot print might be the same, but it could be a different child. So, Justin, go with you.
So, what was the first part of her question, Nova?
And I'll just say I'm on the fence about whether they are the children's or not. I'm still hashing that out. But the boot prints, when we first heard about the boot prints, I was so sure it was stated somewhere. I thought it was the documents, but I looked. Whether or not the bigger one, out of those two boot prints, Lily's was the smaller boot print. And then there was a larger boot print.
I remember the size, but I don't. I remember like something about a size, but I like the actual size of the kid's boot print.
Yeah,
somewhere.
29 on the boot. But I was so sure that it was stated somewhere. And I went and looked everywhere, and I cannot find that. And do you believe? Well, it's never been mentioned. It's never been mentioned that that other boot print was the size of Jack's or is Jack's, or so. Just what are your thoughts on the boot prints? And then Sonny added there. Do you think that they are? Do they belong to the children's? I'm still on the fence
think that
on
they're
that.
part of the case, or just?
I don't think, in my opinion, they are anyone, no other. In my opinion, I don't believe there are any other childs out there. I don't believe people's going to have their kids out there looking for. I mean, there was one on the four-wheeler. There was one kid supposedly on a four-wheeler with a mother or something, but I don't believe they're going to be having them tracking all over looking for a kid, because you never know what you're going to find as well. So I believe they're planted, just the same as I believe the pink blanket is planted. And yeah, that's all I really got on that. I believe they're both planted.
So I agree with Justin. I think, in a way, I think there's a good possibility that they're planted. I'm on the fence yet whether or not they were actually planted. The boot print in the driveway, 10 feet from the house, that does not surprise me. Like, okay, Janie was out there raking. So did she rake over some and wasn't noticing it? Just they're right there in the driveway. That one doesn't bother me. That boot print, I don't think, is connected to the kids' disappearance. The boot print on the pipeline is where I don't know for sure if it was the kids or not. So in the court documents on page 35, it talks about how the number was 29 on the boot print. So that tells you obviously that the boots weren't worn very long, or that number 29 would have most likely been rubbed off, right? So they're newer. So the RCMP located through bank records the receipt, went to Walmart, confirmed that it was the size 11 boot that had the 29. Size 12 had a number 30. Size 10 had the number 27 on them. So the size 11 is the only one that they could confirm had the number 29 on them. But when they asked Malaya said, well, Lily wore a size 12 or 13. Well, if Lily wore a size 12 or 13 boot, Why the hell did you buy her boots that were too small? Right? You don't do that. As a parent, anybody who's ever had kids, anybody who ever knows anything about kids knows kids' feet grow quickly. So you don't go and buy the exact size that they're in. You buy it a little bigger because you don't want to go back in 2 weeks or a month and rebuy boots. You buy them a little bit bigger. So for her to say that Lily was in a 12 or 13, but they confirm that she bought a size 11, tells me that those boot prints most likely, I'm not saying positively, but in my opinion, most likely are not connected. And again, I go back to what I said before. That's the only spot that a boot print was, those prints were found, is on that part of the pipeline, right? It's not, there's boot prints throughout the woods. There's boot prints leading up to those. Nothing like that. It's just that one little area. Well, we also know that Janie and Justin were on the four-wheeler. They stopped and picked up Daniel, who rode on the front of the four-wheeler on the pipeline. So did they plan them? I don't know, but in my opinion, it's a very good possibility that that boot print could have been planted. But again, I go back to, why buy her a size 11 boot if you thought she was in a 12, 13? So I don't think
Right.
that they're, I hate
Yeah.
to say it, but I don't think they're really. Daphne did message, she dropped, she's trying to come back.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Now, okay, Charmaine, your turn.
I do not think they're related. I don't. How did they get there? I don't know. I have a hard time stepping out of reality and thinking, oh, well, Daniel went and he pounded a boot in the ground a bunch of times to make a cluster. Like, for what? This is giving him way too much credit, in my opinion. I feel like, yes, there was the bus driver's wife on the quad. Janie had stopped to talk to a lady with a child on the quad, and we know that that child got off the quad to go to the bathroom. That could have been the spot. But there's nothing in between the cluster and the property. How did the boot prints get there if they were the kids wandered off, whatever? So that didn't happen. But then again, you're giving Daniel way too much credit to think to take a boot and stomp it around a bunch of times for what, with nothing in between. If you're going to plant something like that, you would want some
Lead up, yeah.
explanation of how the kids got up there, not just like levitated. It just doesn't make sense to me. So it makes more sense to me that the child on the quad jumped off to quickly go to the bathroom. And, and were they out searching with their child off the quad? No. But I did hear that, the kid did get off the quad. A very popular boot purchased at Walmart. Many kids in the area would have shopped at that same Walmart, same boot, same size, whatever. So I cannot take myself out of reality enough to think that Daniel thought, oh, I'm just going to take this boot up there, and it just, I don't know, not related, in my opinion.
Okay. Shanann, your turn. Thank you.
I agree as well. I have a hard time believing that the boot print is related for a number of reasons. Mostly because the documents do not say that there was Jack's boot prints there. They do not say, well, we were able to verify that within that cluster of boot prints, Jack's were there, and there was no other boot prints found anywhere else other than the boot print where Janie was raking. And I struggle that looking over the maps over and over and over and over again at those graveled roads, at the pipelines, the consistency of the dirt even, and the mud and the dips and the rivets in the pathway, that there wouldn't be more boot prints than just that clump. And that's what it was called, a clump. It wasn't even it wasn't even a cluster. It was just a clump. And Also because there are more children than we've accounted for in that area. I'd like to know, for example, Bossman. He's got 2 children. Like, what size
4.
were their feet? 4. What size were their feet? That house that you pointed at earlier that had the cameras. There's several children there that live there. And Ron McKenzie and Margie, they have children, grandchildren, minimum 4 there often that she watches, and I've heard sometimes up to 12 children. So, and again, Walmart is the only place that people are buying boots. I just don't like the statistics of, or I don't like the percentage of probability that they're not they're not theirs. And but mostly they never said they found Jack's prints there. They've only said that the boot had a 29 on it and the skew matched the 29 that
It
was
was
on that boot.
consistent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're muted, Justin.
Sorry, weren't they really deep, the boot prints? Just a question real quick. Weren't they supposedly like deep?
I don't know that.
From what I understand, they were pretty deep. Boot prints don't normally last that long, especially in the rain. So the deeper you make it, the longer it would last.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
the impression of it for sure.
Okay, so Daph, we're gonna be we're back to you, and it's about Nova's question about the boot prints and shit. Nova, what was the darn question?
Yeah.
Oh,
You
right, about the
guys.
smaller,
Oh,
bigger.
did you hear it? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I had noted that too about where they didn't state that was Jack's or it was the size of Jack's or, and I always understood that Lily's was the smaller of those 2 prints. Can't remember where I got that info, but, and they never talk about the other boot print. And, yeah, what are your thoughts on what are they the kids?
The only confirmation of the shoe, they said it was Lily's size that Malaya had bought because they compared it to a receipt from Walmart. But like I said, I mean, there's several kids out there. Now, think about this. I know Shar said she doesn't think, Daniel would have planted it, but if somebody was in a hurry to plant stuff, they're not going to have time to plant boot prints like walking away or walking towards. They're just going to try to make some type of trail, right? Like if they planted the blanket, just throw it up there real quick, get on an ATV and go and drop some boot prints on the ground. Like there was 2 of them on the ATV. And it could be easily done. Yeah, they didn't have time to actually plan it out too much, allegedly, right? I'm just speculating here. And it also could be the kid on the pipeline. Now some say, well, why wouldn't they come forward and say, oh, my kids were on the pipeline? Well, maybe it was, a few days before. I mean, we don't know, right? Like maybe it was a few days before because it was rainy out there, that there was kids out there on, on their ATVs and stuff like that. Or maybe it just didn't cross their mind to come forward and say something other than the bus driver's wife and kid. But in my opinion, it sounds like, I don't know, someone was trying to leave some type of trail for the searchers. And I feel like those were planted too. I just do. I feel like they were planted too. And they just didn't have enough time to work it out, right? Like put more. I mean, that would take a long time. But then again, I don't know. Just off the top of my head. Because if they actually walked out there, there would be, like I said before, tracks going there, tracks going back.
Okay. Daph, were you finished with yours?
Yes, I'm finished. I
Okay.
apologize.
Okay. So, no. I just didn't want to interrupt if there was more that you wanted to say there. So,
Mhm.
for me personally, I don't really put a lot of thought in it because I honestly feel like there's just too much to think that perhaps it's not. And if it was, let's just say if I felt it was, I would definitely say planted. But the thing is that Brad never heard an ATV that night at all. I had asked him. He said, nope,
Mhm.
never heard an ATV, only a vehicle. You would need an ATV to kind of get to that spot. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that these foot boot prints were found like in the early mornings of the AM of the night of the search for
Mhm.
these. But for me personally, I feel like how can a mother, okay, first of all, get a size wrong, 12 or 13, and then all of a sudden it's an 11.
Mhm.
Even though I know that they found a receipt and all that stuff, but uh, granted, I absolutely 100%, in my own opinion, feel like Daniel Martel planted that blanket 1 billion%. But as for the boot prints, I really have never put a lot of value onto them. I've listened to the information, but it just doesn't add up for me. And so if there was anything, I would think that I would still put it with the planted idea. But I really don't feel like there's too much to with these boot prints that are out there. I feel like, yeah, I just there's nothing in me that goes, yeah, let me hone in on that too much. I just feel like it's kind of like the Natasha Haywood stuff that maybe there's something to it, but
What's interesting to me is one text Daniel says, and it's virtually he's saying, I can't quote it, but I've shown it many times, and I'm sure y'all have too. Come on, how likely is it for a boot print and a blanket to be right across from each other? And then he says, and then he says, "Come on, guys." And then he also said on DT's show that he has never been to the spot to check it out, even the boot print or really the blanket, until I guess he showed it where the blanket was on camera. Now, to me, if I had a missing child, uh, that would be like first place I would go
Mhm.
to look at
you
those
think
boot prints. To
distancing, right? Right, Justin,
Of
distancing
course, he's
yourself.
distancing. Absolutely. So I find that very suspicious. I would be absolutely there, regardless. Even yeah, I would be right there. And he's distancing himself from both. I got a problem. That's me personally. But
You know, I just feel like if Daniel says something, you just think the opposite. So if Daniel says that he was never there in those areas, you instantly go, "You're an effing liar. You
oh, I
were,"
agree.
and you're
Totally.
like, right? Because Daniel is
Totally.
great, is absolutely, and that's kind of to me why he brought up about Reddy as well. Like, can you believe that they had the nerve to even think that I would, that there was more to Thursday, and that he had the nerve to try to get a false, ac- um, accusation or whatever out of him and stuff like that. And
Mhm.
you're just like, dude, thank you for telling us that, because yeah, like most of us absolutely believe that something happened on Thursday night and whatever. But he's always trying to either go with the narrative of what the public is and add information to it, and that's what it's been like this whole entire time of this case. No, definitely just went black. Is that every time information comes out, whether it's about the laundry, that he said that he had all the laundry, whether he's trying to place it now at Grandma Patty's house, the milk cow there.
Mhm.
But he's always trying to add things like that. You know what? Malaya cleaned up the house a couple times. Wait, Daniel was supposed to clean up for me. Wait, nothing was out of place. When they went to go get maybe some yogo cups or whatever it was. And
Yeah.
so, but and the way he tries to imply that Malaya just woke up like suddenly and was like, "Do you hear the kids?"
Right.
You
3
know, like,
seconds. Like, who
yeah,
does that? Like, you're
right.
gonna
And he just keeps trying to go with this narrative. And I've watched him this whole entire time be like a little, I call it like a, like the whack-a-mole, because
Mhm.
he pops in and out of chats. He says something, he brings up about the sweaters and
Mhm.
how if the children are found with these shirts or whatever, the black and white one, that hey, Durwood said he was smart enough to tell them, and it's just ridiculous. All this stuff of, Haley coming after the search to punch a hole into that garbage bag and pull out a piece of, prize of a pink blanket there and go,
Mhm.
you know what, let's just go plant this against Daniel.
I said a pink blanket.
But
A
anyways,
pink blanket.
the way that he has throughout the whole 8 months here, we've just watched continuous shit be added to it, and the
Yeah.
truth is always near the beginning, and it's just a lot of BS that is progressed along
They
the
gotta
way.
add on it. I mean, it's
Yeah.
he's I call Daniel like a reptile, not only because of his tongue when he's
Oh,
lying, but because he is just focused on what's in front of him right now. Just that,
yeah.
okay, he's in this chat room. He's gonna lie just to fix that patch, right, of the story. But later on, he's not thinking about what he said in the past or whatever.
Mm.
And there's a quote: a parent focused on the child accepts scrutiny. A parent focused on themselves avoids it, right? And Daniel is always focused on everything but himself.
Okay. Micmac, I see those 5 things. So I just quickly, just the facts received MLW. Oops. Oh, hold on. You guys know I desert you guys in a second, especially for cheesecake. But anyways, Mick Mac, thank you guys. And I do see that there's a bunch of people that have done it from the different channels. So just so you know, appreciate all the support throughout the channels, the love support, the memberships, the donations, the paying it forward with the memberships. Thank you guys. Okay, so Shanann, whoops, one sec. Charmaine likes to hear Rickroll. So, Shanann, it's your turn. What topic do you want to talk about?
Oh, there's so many. um, well, I guess we need to address the elephant in the room, which would be what people think of the theory of Malaya, because we're just going to get accused of
That's
being
good. Yeah.
closed-minded if we don't think about what the possibility or the odds were of her involvement. I struggle as a mother to wrap my head around a mother being involved anyway, but it does happen. And but I am of the mind that there was some coercive control going on, and I think that she's mourning at the moment, and that's why she's quiet. And I struggle to believe anything else, really. But that could be me being, biased, and as a mother, that not being able to see that. But I have covered cases where the mothers are responsible. So anything is possible. I almost think that her silence is worth 1,000 words.
So
that's just my opinion. What do you guys think?
Okay. So Justin, started off with you. Yeah. One of the Rickrolls went off, but I think what we were talking about is about Malaya, right? And her involvement or non-involvement or whatever.
Sorry about that. Okay.
So yes.
My whole view on Malaya is I think she was a good mother up until a point. The only person I believe in this case is Belinda. That's it. That's all. And if Belinda said it, I believe it. So I do believe Malaya was a good mother up until a point. But I believe things in life and circumstances change. And that being said, whether that be mental health or substance abuse, depression, all of that. Something happened. Something happened, I believe. And I believe she became uh, a bad one, just to put it bluntly. Whether she got lazy, whether she became afraid even of Daniel, but I don't like to say that because she had many times where they were pulling up the U-Haul to get out, and she backed out of it. So I don't really think it's that. In my opinion, I believe she's afraid she's going to get in trouble for what happened that night, in my opinion. And or I believe that it was something to the effect of saying that the kids were missing, and the police came and started asking them questions, and it kind of took a life on their own, and she had to just bear down on that story. And it was, she was afraid to say what happened. But my main theory on Malaya is she knows, in my opinion, what happened that night, and she's afraid she's going to get in trouble for the neglect or the abuse, or uh, there may be a part of this where she could be afraid, where Daniel could say, okay, you're going to talk to me about this. I'm going to tell them this about you, what you did to ever Jack or Lily ever, or whatever. You know what I mean? Something like that. But a mother who doesn't advocate for her children, whether that be looking for them, answering the confusing questions, or whatever, is no mother. Is no mother.
Yeah.
You tore your parent card up. It's done. No respect. That's all.
Yeah,
Um,
no, that's fair.
thank you.
Daniel did say that she was gonna try to blame him so she didn't get in trouble. So that was an interesting comment to make for him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. After Justin, Shar, you're next.
Sorry, I thought Melissa was next, but
Actually, you know what? You're right, but go ahead since I said.
you want me to go or do you want Melissa to go?
No, you go. Go ahead.
Well, as far as Malaya is concerned, I cannot wrap my head around a mother who doesn't forcefully look for her missing children publicly. I cannot think of a one good reason why she doesn't use her social media, her Facebook, to share missing persons posters. Not one. Even if she doesn't think the kids are alive or something like that, I can't understand that. However, I can see a scenario where when we found out that Malia was suffering from worse than postpartum and she had been disconnected from the kids, and Daniel did everything for the kids and Malia was kind of all about meadow. I could see a world where she woke up one morning to her kids being missing and all of these, people are there and searching, and now she's got this serious reality check, and she's listening to Daniel say that I heard Lily come in the morning. I heard Jack wrestle around in the kitchen. Janie heard the kids outside, blah, 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 blah. And now when we see her, she's got television cameras in her face. She's repeated stories 100 times to the RCMP. And now she's trying to relay all of this information back to the news cameras. And I don't think any of them were her true memories. I think that she was trying to recall what everybody else had said to her. And in my opinion, I think it is possible that come Saturday evening after the altercations and everything else, people had convinced her that Daniel could have done something to her children, she exits, blocks him from everything, and has been working with the RCMP, working with the investigators, and keeping quiet, because even when she opened up to you, Sonny, that one time, she was all about saying that Daniel would never hurt children and Daniel wasn't violent, whatever, whatnot. But then at the end, she had changed that a little bit and said he'd pick on Jack and sometimes Lily. He held me down. And I think at that point, she might have thought I said too much. And that's why she shut down and she wouldn't answer any more questions. She had said too much, and the RCMP, we know, would have told them, talk to the media, talk about your kids to the public, but be mindful of what you're sharing. And if she's working with them and sharing all of this behind the scenes shit about abuse and whatever else and CPS stuff, and they don't want that to get out in the public, she doesn't know what she can and can't keep it. It's like me, right? Word vomit. Like sometimes I just say stuff because I'm used to just saying what I want to say. So sometimes things slip out that shouldn't. So she might have thought, okay, I need to stop talking right here, right now. And I still, I struggle with that still, because there's no mother on this planet that would not be at least posting missing persons photos on her Instagram, it's the way of the world now. So even if she didn't want to be in front of the cameras or on YouTube or social media, and because she's seen everything that Daniel and Janie have gone through, I get it, but there's still no excuse for her not looking for her kids. And the one opportunity that she had to come out and say something for her kids, it was that bullshit letter that it was either written by her buddy sitting beside her or by AI or by a friend. It's not the words of a mother who truly misses her kids. It's what she thought the public wanted to hear. And if I hear her or see her say, please, please look out for my kids. Please keep searching for my kids, when she's not doing anything, I swear I'm going to scream. But I don't know what to think of Malaya. All I know for sure is there is a reason why she is not looking for her kids. So is it because she believes that they're no longer alive and she's grieving, or does she know what happened? I don't know, and I'm not ready to make a judgment call other than Malaya, look for your kids. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Daph, I swear to God, I hear you vaping. Because you
No,
leave your
I'm
mic on.
puffing.
Yeah,
My
puffing.
electricity just went out.
Okay. Melissa, your turn to respond about Malaya.
So what was the question? Because I thought I heard somebody knock on my door and I had to go check that out because it is way too late for anybody to knock on my door. So what was the question?
Go ahead, Shanann, answer her if you like.
I was just saying, I think we needed to address the elephant in the room, being we haven't discussed what Malaya's possible part was in all of this, and whether she basically was complicit or whether she went with the punches, so to speak, or if she's innocent. And I was saying, as a mother, it's just really hard to wrap your head around the thought of a mother physically injuring or hurting their child. And that I thought that perhaps the reason she was silent was because she was mourning. However, I do agree with all the points that have been mentioned too. So, and it is a case of we don't know what's happened, but I wanted to hear what other people were thinking on the panel about Malaya's involvement or lack of.
Okay, Melissa.
So it is hard to think that a mother would do that, right? But we know from other cases that oftentimes it is the one closest to the kids, whether it be a parent or a step parent. Andrea Yates, there's even more recent ones, right? So Susan Smith, like, it's not unheard of. especially if you have postpartum depression. But, when Nick was missing, I was on TikTok, I was on Instagram, Facebook. I was trying to find him. Like, nothing would stop me. So for her not to at least post, right? Hey, they're missing. The only post I've seen is, well, they want an Amber Alert. Well, okay, but how about you post? I don't care if it's once a month. Post the missing person flyer. That would go a long ways for me to think that she didn't have anything to do with it. Do I think that she had anything to do with it, as in it was by her hand? In my opinion, it wasn't by her hand. But also, in my opinion, she knows what happened and is covering it up. And that, in the court of law, at least in the United States, makes her just as culpable as the person who did it. Yep. Right? Because you are now an accessory after the fact. And if you know something and you're not saying something, you're also obstructing the investigation. Mm-hmm. So do I feel like she intentionally herself did something nefarious? No. However, I do think that she was neglectful. She didn't take care of her children like she should have. Belinda says at one point she was a good mom. And I'm like, Justin, if Belinda says it, I believe it. And if Belinda is telling us, hey, she was a good mom, at this point, when I knew her, when I seen her all the time, when I had interactions with her, I tend to believe she was. But did Ruggs get in the way of that? Did the postpartum get in the way with that? Did the fact that she was in clearly a domestic violence situation get in the way with that? There's so many things that could have affected her and made her not as good of a parent as she used to be. But I can't get over the fact that she is radio silent completely. She's not saying anything. She's not begging for her children to be returned if they were taken. She's not begging for people to go out and search. She's not even thanking the people that have gone out and searched. So I have a hard time giving her any grace, I guess, so to say, because, she even said in the one interview that she did, yes, like Shar said, she's repeated these things to so many people, the RCMP and everything, that she said it was one of the worst nights. How is the fact that your children are not in their beds for the first night, how is that not the worst night? It's one of the worst. For me,
that's a good point.
The night Nick went missing, that first night, I couldn't sleep. I didn't sleep for 48 hours. It was the worst night of my life up until he passed away. Like, so when she says one of the worst nights, that is a statement that I can't get past. I don't know. That's my thought.
Okay. Nova.
Valid.
I agree a lot with what Charmaine and Shan said. I always felt as well what Malay was saying in that interview, that she was repeating a narrative and not so much a planned narrative, but things that were being said around her and that she took as being truth. And that perhaps it eventually became the thought that perhaps those things weren't true and that something else took place with her children. And then it started to become evident. Well, I'll say in my opinion, it seemed that there was a possible DV situation going on. And so, and then of course her leaving and scrubbing Daniel totally. When you scrub somebody like that, to me, I take that as just, you know, having done that myself, that it's total disgust. You are just wiping that person off the face of the earth. Um, and then the quietness, I same as Shan, you know, to me just speaks more than words. Speaks loudly, and that's where my thoughts always were with Malaya. And that is one of the things that always made me feel that there's something more going on here, and there's things going on behind the scenes that we're just not aware of. And, you know, if something nefarious did take place and she had nothing to do with it, you know, I hope she is working with our CMP behind the scenes. Now, I did discuss earlier a possible accidental theory as well, that if she was up to use the phone and the kids were being loud, and her thought was that, well, just let them go out and play, I'll go back, lay down with the baby, and Janie's going to be getting up to go to town with Ron, because she goes to town with Ron every Friday. The boyfriend thing, that was Darren that said that, so I don't even pay attention to that thing. But I'm more focused on the fact that Janie was supposed to be getting up to go to town. So if she had that thought in her head and thought, you know, she'll be getting up to go to town, she'll call me and give me that alert, and then, you know, something terrible happened because the typical routine didn't play out like it usually does. And not, you know, if that did happen, not blaming anybody, but it, you know, that could be a possibility. But outside of that, I'm the same as Shan. I just don't feel that she was involved in anything that harmed the children. And maybe that's Nova Scotia innocence, Shan. I don't know, but, you know, I just don't feel that.
Perfect. Thanks, Nova.
So, Sunny, I want to say something real quick. I don't know whose mod Jennifer Cook J8J is. So she said, did American Justice have a missing son? I thought everybody knew this, so I want to answer that real quick. Yes, my son went missing, and he was found a week later. He was being held captive in a basement. He was later on unalived. So I've experienced both a missing child and an unalived child. So I just wanted to address that. I thought everybody knew that, but since she didn't, I wanted to say that real quick.
No problem. No problem. And again, for everyone that's in the true crime space, for whatever reason they're here, you know, usually people are here because maybe a family member, something happened to them. In Melissa's case, it did, or someone was murdered, missing and then murdered. But for anyone that's out here that's in the true crime space, I'm sure you guys are all here for your reasons. You know, I believe that everyone, whether you're what I call a dick or you're a good person, in this whole true crime space, is that regardless, I feel like everyone is here fighting for justice for Jack and Lilly, and fighting for truth and answers, regardless of anything, or for whatever brought you into this true crime space. So bless anyone's heart that has had to deal with the situation of a loved one, or a murdered loved one, or the loss, you know, of a loved one that ever brought you into this space. And that being said, Daph, now your turn, please.
Guys, I'm having a lot of technical difficulties tonight.
Aw,
I'm
so
I know.
sorry.
I'm sorry. I apologize. It's on all nights, right? So
You poor
what do
thing. I know.
I have a lot of different thoughts about her. My first thought is maybe allegedly she did give them something to calm them down that night. I have no doubts that there was some type of, I'm going to say alleged, right? Because in my mind, I believe there is, but I don't know for a fact that there was some type of
DV or other abuse going on, but from other text messages and stuff from girlfriends of Daniel's and stuff, it doesn't look really good. You know what I mean? So could she have given the children some type of medication to go to sleep that night? She very well could have, and maybe that's why Daniel turned the light on them at midnight. That is definitely not normal to do unless you are checking on them because you know something might happen, right? That's one thought in my head. And then you have her not really coming out into the public. Maybe she feels the need that she doesn't need to because Daniel is, or knowing that she has made YouTube videos and stuff before and TikTok and what have you. We know that she is used to like social media. So it makes me wonder. Now, I know I'm probably going to get a lot of hate for this, but it makes me wonder if she feels relief that they're missing because we hear all this that, Jack did wander off when he was 2. We've heard stories from Kiki, Wade's daughter, that they didn't even know of Jack. But I mean, I don't know if that's true, but that's what she said. We've heard, stories that Janie and Daniel usually take care of the kids, that they're 3 of them are too much for her. So could she be relieved that they're gone? I don't know. I hate to say that because no mother should feel like that. And
You feel
just
how you
saying,
feel.
cry, right? Like I couldn't imagine, like, God forbid something like that happened to my kids. Because yeah, she's not acting like a normal mother. And just goes back to Sebastian Rogers' case, right? We get on Katie because she hardly comes out in the public. But Katie's actually came out more than Malaya.
Mm-hmm.
So
Candace Wells came out
yeah,
more
absolutely.
than Alea.
Absolutely. And even though I can tell like she has a problem with Daniel as she's changed her schedule with CPS. She's even told them to the point where if he parks next to her. So that tells me she's frightened of him, frightened to the point to doesn't want him around her.
A lot of people are actually, if truth be known.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people have said this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Allison makes a good point right here. She said, because I said a second ago, Malaya said that they were really hyper that night. And I said, you would think Daniel would remember the kids being really hyper that night, right? And then she said, but both of them are really sick and really hyper.
Right.
Very good point.
Okay. Daff was still
So
on you.
Shan is going to have to go soon, Sunny.
Yeah.
So do you want to get any last thoughts from her before she has to leave us?
Yeah, no problem, Shan.
I just think I just want to say that I think this evening went really well, and I think that we've shown that we can all have discussions about what may or may not have happened with Jack and Lily. We can leave here with our pride, and this is what this is all about: is trying to find answers for Jack and Lily, and find where they are and what happened to them. And I think that we've all done a really good job of
Bringing awareness.
discussing various points around what could have happened. And I think it just needs to continue this way until answers are found. And I feel like the heat is on, and I have faith that the RCMP are going to find the answers as to what happened. And I'm going to leave it at that. And just thank you very much for having me on tonight. And it was a privilege to be able to speak.
Thanks, Shanann. Thank you for this, for being here. Absolutely. I didn't actually know about you until recently, only because I kept hearing this name shenanigans on there. So it's been a pleasure to know you, and um, again, fight for justice for Jack and Lily. And yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you guys. Enjoy the rest of your chat. But I'm on the 3 hour mark, and
Yeah,
I've got some girls that need to
I
start
know you have
winding
a
down.
I understand.
sleepover night. All
All
right.
right.
Thanks, Shanann.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
Good night.
Okay.
Good night,
Now,
hon.
Daph, did you finish up with your thoughts on Malaya? Because if so, I'll go next.
Oh, yeah, no, I did, but I'm probably gonna have to jump off soon too because I gotta be up for
Yeah,
work
no
early.
problem. No problem. So for me, for Malaya, um, do I think that she knows what happened to the children? Absolutely. I feel like, well, if we take the vehicle, if we all believe that Justin and Brad are being truthful, that means that a vehicle happened. There's no way in this God's green earth that a vehicle is going to go in and out of their driveway and Janie and Malaya would not know about it. Now, so Malaya's interview, regardless, for me that's a personal or for me personally, that interview stuck out always because right from the get-go of that interview, to me it was a huge red flag. Um, and there's different things that people say about the word sorrow. The thing that stood out to me is this continuous how much the kids chatter to everyone. As if it was to me perpetuating about an abduction, that they just talk, but but the one thing that really kind of as a mother pissed me off a lot, well, besides she didn't even say their names, was because she said like, well, it's like whatever, it's warm outside today, or it's sunny outside today, I just hope that they're warm, instead of saying like, you know I just really hope that we find them, and bring them home, just something like that, not like, what do you mean you just hope that they're warm today? I mean, it was like such an odd statement to me to make. And so with Malaya, it's been hard because we obviously have had some text messages to Belinda from Malaya. Malaya's talked to me that one time in the interview, and there's not been a lot from Malaya. But the thing that always stands out to me as well is like what Belinda always says, is that she must have known that the children weren't going to be coming back home if she left the property the next day. And one of the first things she does, of course, is leave the property. And then she takes down all of Daniel's pictures, and then eventually replaces them with Jack and Lily pictures. I think that says a whole lot about how she felt about Daniel, that there was like this distaste, probably this hatred towards him, that she wanted out of the relationship. Definitely agree that it was that Daniel's a sexual deviant. And I think we can tell that by Taylor text and just all of it. Now, as for Malaya, I believe Malaya knows the answer. There's one thing that I did quickly want to show, image file, um, just because of when I was just on AI there. So I'll put this up and I'll make it full screen. But it says why this matters in the investigation. And this is about being intertwined. When motives are intertwined, it makes the case harder for the police to solve because they protect each other, because their goals are linked. If one person snitches, then they often take themselves down too. Harder to find the mastermind. It becomes difficult to tell who originally came up with the idea and who was just following along. In court, it can be harder to prove intent if the motives are messy mix of love, fear, and greed. So I personally agree with all that. That's kind of like what I feel in this particular case. I feel like my opinion, I feel like Daniel absolutely, perhaps in my opinion, did something to these children. But Malaya, equally, that whether it's fear, control, Daniel saying that he's going to do this to her, or that if she tells or something like that, or blah 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 blah. But I feel like it Daniel's the one that's always trying to control the narrative to all of this. Malaya, during the conversation that we had, like Charmaine said, there's some things that she's saying that are like, about Daniel and his drugs and how she found out that Daniel was doing drugs before Meadow was induced, the picking on Jack and Lilly, that he basically held her down whenever she tried to leave, that he pushed her up against the wall. I think Malaya has minimized the situation that was truly going on in the home. I think that Wade, during his interview, well, we won't say interview, but the video with Wade, when of course he's talking with Tint and he doesn't know he's being recorded, and basically, obviously, Wade and Cindy are going to talk, and obviously Wade is telling stuff to his daughter. What's his daughter's name again? Wade's daughter.
Oh,
Kiki.
Kiki.
Sorry, I had a brain fart.
Right. We've heard stuff about Jack being strapped in to a car seat. Now, I think that was, I believe that there's truth to this, but it's just a matter of, I think that it was over embellished in a way that it didn't quite happen like that, but probably maybe Jack was strapped into this car seat and then, of course, throwing a temper tantrum, tipped it over type of idea. But it just begs to wonder what truly has gone on in this house with CPS. But so back to Malaya. So because you guys know, I've talked with many different people and family members and stuff like that. Malaya, I'll just say, in my opinion, from everything that I've been told and stuff like that, is not coming across as this mother that is searching for her children, that's using her social media. We get this letter where she tells us to be voices, and you're just like, wait, what? Like, come on now. Like, did you even write this letter? You can't even spell the name right, but whatever. But there's the family is questioning Malaya. Malaya hasn't really changed her story to what she said in the interview. I've asked about the fact if Malaya's helping RCMP. I'm just going by answers that I was given, and I was given that, yeah, she's given information, but not that she's, helping RCMP per se. Maybe she is. Maybe the information I heard was no. But so I'm not seeing that. What I've been being told is that the family members are questioning it. People are questioning, like, what the fuck happened with Jack and Lilly, and why is Malaya acting like this? Obviously Daniel is, he's just kind of giving himself out there in so many different lies and different things. Like, that man hasn't shut up until recently. So with Daniel, he's just, to me, transparent as glass. Malaya, again, just by the actions of what have been said, this doesn't sound like this. I don't know. It's not coming across like this grieving mother that's out there searching. They're the actions that don't match. Cases like this, when you watch weird shit like this happen, it's because there's involvement. Now, again, I kind of believe myself, my opinion, that Daniel is the one that probably, in my opinion, did something to Jack and Lilly that particular night. Of course, his vague memory doesn't remember any of this shit. And I just think that Malaya, that there's something about Malaya that he has a hold over her head. When Daniel says that Cindy has a hold over Malaya's head to Charmaine, I think it's that Daniel has a hold over Malaya, and why this interview came out, in a sense, and it was weird, and it was just, again, it goes back to the vehicle. If you believe that there's a vehicle and you got two witnesses saying that means that these three people on the property would have known something, and then it was a cover up. Now, what part Malaya played in this, or Daniel, or whatever, the full story of this, we don't know. It's just speculation. But the way Daniel acts says a lot. The way Malaya says, or how she acts, says a lot. It's just not normal. So I believe that Malaya and Janie absolutely know that something happened that night, in a sense, and that for whatever reasons we don't know, that's the $1 million question. What does RCMP know? What has Malaya been saying to RCMP or whatever? I mean, Malaya sat there and said, though, that Cody, right, had the kids or something like that. I
Mhm.
just think that a lot of them are all playing a twisted game of cover up and protect their asses, regardless of who all did what at where. I just see it's 3 people lying their asses off. That's why we have the inconsistency in the timelines. That's why we have the BS going on with Daniel, who can't remember one thing he said from one day to the next, and he just keeps adding bullshit and keeps telling on himself.
Yep.
So that's how I feel about that.
Well, RCMP definitely believes somebody knows something because you guys heard what I read earlier, the
Correct.
application to the province. We believe there are individuals who are privy to information
Mhm.
regarding their disappearance, and that certainly has nothing to do with them wandering into the woods.
So, I think I was talking the other night in chat, and Sunny and I asked Sunny where it was, but whenever Daniel told the reporter right after Malaya left, she's going to blame me, right?
Yeah.
In my opinion, that indicates right there that they both know, right?
Absolutely.
That right there, it just says they
Agreed.
both know. That just says you both 100% know.
Actually,
Because, I mean,
go
why would
ahead.
you say
Sorry.
that? No, please, go ahead.
No, just not because you asked a question and I did answer you in your live chat the other day, but I just wanted to go back to this just to because now that we're live together.
Yeah.
So when that blanket and boot print came out on different sides of the road, right? That was actually from Hidden in the Fog. So at that point, she had been talking with Cheryl and Haley. And so this is where it was my downfall because I just took that information as, okay, well, she's talking to them. So they're basically telling her. Then I had asked Haley at some point, like, Haley, like, where was the boot print to the whatever? And she said it was on the same side of the road, the left side, but up further, which obviously meant the pipeline.
Got it.
So that's where that miss stuff came from, is because Hidden in the Fog had it on a map, basically across from each other
Yeah.
for that. And
Well,
then going
Daniel
back,
was agreeing to it.
actually, you know what?
It's just crazy.
Of course.
Daniel was agreeing to that. So it's
But
just,
One of his 3 answers, right?
yeah.
One of his many answers. But going back to what you were talking about there, Justin, and so Malaya, or sorry, Justin, you know what? It was there, you guys. I'm so sorry, my brain. I've been tired.
We
but
were talking about
what you said.
Malaya. Daniel said he was
Oh,
told
right.
the reporter. Yeah.
Right. So the biggest thing, and you guys know Globe and Mail, okay? And when they were talking about that story, and right, so he said, of course, she's trying to blame everything on me, so she doesn't get in trouble. Now, the one thing, of course, that the Globe and Mail had reported there was that, but he was so focused. There's no video or audio of it. Because I had asked about that, but that he was so focused on the relationship about him and Malaya that he didn't seem to give 2 shits about Jack and Lily, that he was more focused on that. And I think that again is another telling story, is that they already know what happened to Jack and Lily. So his focus now is like, really? Like, she fucking actually left me? Because it wasn't a planned thing that she was going to leave. It just is that, right, when Haley was saying to her, like, tell me what the fuck is going on, and then she said that he'd been doing drugs and meth and blah 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 blah, and there's a little bit more to that, but bottom line is that it was her opportunity to get the F out of there, and I believe that absolutely Malaya knows that the children were not coming back and what happened, that and it's not because they're hidden somewhere on a reserve. It's probably because they're buried underneath the earth or in water, perhaps. But
if they were hidden somewhere, they would be automatic. They would be randomly found, dropped off somewhere or whatever. But you talk about with the reporter how she was just focused on Malaya. Go to DT's channel and look at Daniel. Watch his demeanor when he talks about Malaya. Since he's seen her, since he lights up in a very weird way. It's almost obsessive is the feeling I get. His eyes start moving kind of weird, and it's like he's thinking about when he saw her at the back of the
CPS
trunk.
place or
Yeah,
court.
yes. When he's talking
Court.
about that, I'm like, oh God. It's like I get the feeling it puts the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again feeling whenever see him when he does that. I'm like, ew,
I,
okay.
yeah.
And I agree.
So,
When he is referring back to something with Malaya, it's with such description and memory, like the letter that Charmaine had shared on her channel about Malaya leaving. And, you know, it was like it just happened 5 minutes ago. His detail and memory. But regarding things to do with Lily and Jack, or between 8 and 8:30, you know, but when it's about Malaya, it is so detailed, so
Mhm.
descriptive. Yeah.
He has people watching her.
so,
Yes, I
Yes, he
know.
does. Yes,
Stalking.
he does.
Stalking
He
is
sure
what it
does.
is, Sonny.
He
So
fucking
not
does.
even to
Yes.
mention,
Go ahead, Duff.
yeah, not even to mention when he took his polygraph, he went running over to Patty's house. So, because he thought that Malaya, you know what I mean? So he could tell Malaya that he passed his polygraph.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but yeah, he's
That's crazy.
cuckoo for Cocoa Pops
so
over.
something I want to bring up here, and this may be just me, and yes, this is in my opinion, but one of the 5 reasons of, or one of the reasons of filicide, which is the taking out of your own family, if you don't know, is spousal revenge, which is when one parent harms, unalives the child to get back at the other parent. So, in my opinion, if Daniel harmed the kids, it was to get back at Malaya. And he never thought Malaya would leave him because that was his way of keeping her. And so when I hear things like, I can't believe she would leave me, or stuff like that, it brings me back to that, because that is one of the 5 reasons of taking out your family. And when you look at one of the interviews that Daniel did, he's got his arms folded and he's got the Chris Watts sway. And that's all I can see in that interview. His words don't matter. It's his demeanor and what he's doing, because he's got the Chris Watts sway and he's got the arms closed. And you can tell when he does talk about the kids, it's almost as if it were in disgust, because if you go and you watch the interview that he did with DT, he said, let me go down here to it. At the 19-minute and 30-second mark, he said, I woke up when Malaya woke up. I'm pretty sure it was her that woke me up, because we both kind of woke up at the same time. So, first of all, make that make sense, because he gave like 2 or 3 different things right there. But it was when he was talking about the house, and he said she woke up, and within the first 5 seconds she said, I don't hear them. And usually you would have to wait a couple seconds, you know what I mean, like 30 seconds or something like that, because it could be in the fridge. He referred to the children as it. You do not refer to somebody you love that is missing or unalive as it. Just don't.
Distance.
I want to go to this because Daphne never had her turn to pick her topic, and she was well, it was Shanann then. So, Daph, was there a topic that you specifically wanted to bring up?
Yeah, there's a couple of them, but I think I'm going to stick with human remains dogs when they came on the property. I do have a few of them, but I only have a few minutes. But so we know that the human remains dog handler got there, and it kind of sparked something in Daniel. He got defensive. Like, how could this guy ask me this question?
about Thursday, right? And then the guy said something about the wood stove as well.
Hmm.
Dogs were there for 4 hours and then came back, 2 dogs, the next day for another 4 hours. That's 8 hours on that property, right? So I want to talk about that, for instance, because now some people say, like Jules, she's a dog handler. She said that they would never say that. So when they go in to do a job, I just call it a job, they want to know like the least. They don't want to know too much about what they're doing because they don't want to be biased towards the case. She says because any kind of tension or energy that we put off, the dog can feel. So they like try not to know too much about what's going on. So I kind of find it very interesting that the dog handler would say that to him. Uh, do you guys think that he was making that up, or do you think the handler actually did say something to him about the wood stove?
Okay. Justin, go with you.
Um, yeah, I do. I do. I think he's projecting. They are trying to potentially get ahead of something. Just like I do believe him when he says that they blamed him uh, something in Thursday night and Friday morning.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I do, and it makes me. I mean, what's a great way to get rid of uh, potential evidence? Well, it's cold. It's Nova Scotia. Throw it in the fucking fire,
Mm-hmm.
right? So I do believe him on that personally.
Mm-hmm. Shami?
Well, yeah, it's a tactic, right? It was to get a response. The fact that allegedly the fact that Daniel had said, don't you know anything about the case?" When the officer said to him, Thursday night is too sketchy. You don't have enough information
Thanks, Ben.
about Thursday, and Daniel asked him, don't you know anything about the case? Like, I've been cleared. And the officer basically said, no, I've only seen you on the news. Like, that told me right then and there that um, during their thorough debriefing before they got on scene with their cadaver dogs, it was decided that that particular officer was going to approach Daniel outside of where anybody else could see him to gauge a response. It's a
Hmm.
tactic, it happens all the time, and it absolutely happened 100%. And I have no idea what the officer got from that, but I'll guarantee you it's in the notes. It's in the case file. I'll guarantee it. I put my money on it.
I'll take your money and raise you some money and put that money
Yeah.
on it too.
Could it be that they got something out of that wood stove, such as backpack, pull up boots, and maybe trying to compare it with something? Maybe.
I think that at this point enough time has gone by, and if we're thinking about everybody wants to know why haven't they been charged? Why haven't they been charged? Well, because they don't have evidence that's going to hold up in
Mm,
a court of law. And I think something as specific as a charred backpack in their wood stove would give them reasonable cause to believe foul play occurred,
Right.
and that would be evidence enough to at the very least, pivot from a missing persons act investigation to a criminal investigation. So I don't think they found anything.
okay.
But I mean, mark my words, that was deliberate. The officers were thoroughly debriefed before they even set foot on that property. Um, and it was all by design. And I don't know what the response was and what they took from it, but I suspect it was probably what they expected. So
What if
that's
they're testing the maybe plastics or ashes or whatever.
I mean, they still could be testing it, but you'd think after all this time they would have some kind of, I mean,
It's only
it's
7
still,
months or 8 months now. I mean, it's not a long time. I mean, it is, but it's not, sometimes
yeah,
with these
oh,
cases.
Mhm.
fair enough. Fair
Uh,
enough. You're not
m-
wrong.
From September.
Melissa. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just saying it was in September. It was just a few months ago, but still,
The
like,
wheels of
Yeah.
justice turn slow.
Melissa, your turn. Answer Daph's.
So I kind of agree and I disagree. As far as would the dog handler have said something to him? Yes, probably. Is it exactly what Danielle said? Probably not, because the officer wouldn't have said, "No, I don't know anything about the case." He would have said, "Yes, I know a little bit," or something like that. So I agree that the dog handler probably asked him, "Hey, what happened on Thursday?" And when he couldn't come up with anything and essentially said, "I don't know, it was a normal day or an ordinary day," like he does, then the dog handler probably looked at him and said, "Well, I need more than that. Like, give me something." So I believe something was said, but I don't think it was said the way Daniel says it was. And that dog handler, that canine officer, he would know what they were thinking. He would have been debriefed. He would have been told, "Hey, this is when they went missing. This is when they were last verified seen. This is what the family is saying. This is where we've searched." Yada yada, right? He would have had a lot more information than Daniel is saying he has.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Remember how pissed off Daniel was
I think,
because he wasn't told?
He was pissed.
Sorry. Yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah.
he
Remember,
wasn't happy about them coming on unannounced.
no,
But
remember what he put in our
I
chat?
think the fact that they did 8 hours of searching, they did 4 and then they came back, that says a lot, because for me, the way I see it, I don't think they would have came back and did another 4 hours unless they are truly convinced that the kids are gone, because that's a lot for a dog to constantly search for 4 hours for human remains. And then you make it 8 hours. Like, that's a long time to search for human remains. And they're not going to pay that officer for those 8 hours and do all of this work and have the dog out there if they don't think something happened. They're just not for 8 hours.
Do you
I think
remember?
that they
Go ahead. Sorry, Melissa.
I think that they know I know. I don't think. I know they know a lot more than we do. But I really, really don't think the conversation went down exactly as Daniel said it did. Because in my opinion, that officer knows a whole lot more than Daniel's given him credit for.
Right. Just quickly, remember the team speaker, whatever that Charmaine was in, with when they were talking about the dogs coming. The one thing that always stood out for me was when that one gentleman, whatever his name was, said, basically, we don't go out unless there's a reason. In a sense, he said it probably a little bit different than that, but it was one of those things like unless there's like you're not going to bring 2 dogs from Vancouver here, over there, unless there is a specific reason. It's not just like, oh, let's just waste some taxpayer dollars, and send them over there. That always stood out to me. Now I can't remember exactly how it was worded, but it was worded where you're just like, that's exactly it. You're going out there for a reason, not because you're just going to chance on, oh, maybe we'll find human remains. Well, maybe we don't. It's because, but anyways, sorry about that, Nova.
Yeah, I just read that article the other day that had a statement in it that what you're saying there, that if there's a need, the dogs will be taken in, but outside of that, yeah, pretty much what you just said there. So yeah, I agree with Melissa. It's hard to know exactly what took place because of course we all know Daniel. But I do believe something happened, and I do believe it was certainly, planned out to happen. It tells me that they are certainly running through scenarios as well, and to choose the stove and, kind of hint around that, something took place there. They're running through possible scenarios of, what could have happened, where could have something been discarded. Well, there's the stove there. It was cold then, like Justin said. The stove was still being used. We seen that in a picture.
Yeah.
So we know that. And him saying about the article. I read one article. Like, I almost have to wonder, because they try to irritate somewhat too, right? To see what reaction they're going to get out of a person. If that was intentional to kind of deflate his ego, where he's on the media all the time. And, they would, see that in him as well. What was the other thing I was going to say? And as Daphne said, I do remember in that what Charmaine had shared with us, the briefing, where they answered some, kind of told us what they're going to be doing, and that they did state that they'll be getting a briefing, but they're not told of any theories or anything like that. They're just given a briefing of what took place and whatnot. So, I mean, they're given information, but they're not fed too much information, I guess, of what the leading investigators would be exactly working on. I do remember them saying that. So,
yeah, there's certain things I believe in Daniel's when he's telling on himself. I absolutely there's certain things that I do believe. And when Daniel is being truthful, and I believe it was truthful, I believe exactly what Charmaine says to that as well, that, you know what, it's done on a purpose. See a reaction. I absolutely so Reddy is a very high ranking officer. Inspector, and so obviously they go in there with some sort of a plan. I don't think that Reddy just went in there and was, let me just go, tackle Daniel a little bit today. There's a plan. There is a plan. I get the fact that maybe RCMP might not have maybe, has maybe some regret in how things were done or handled. So I want to get in, and then for me personally, I can go another, it's 3 hours and 32 minutes. I'm willing to go to 4 hours myself. If anyone else does, if you can't, but I'd really like to get into where you think that this case is at, and say where you think this case is at with RCMP. Do you feel like that they know that it's family involvement? Do you think that they have an answer and it's just not enough of the evidence there, to obviously bring it forward? Because obviously they're putting out $150,000 reward, and they're basically telling you that, someone has information, and that could be family members. And I want to say this too, something that's been talked about. This is just a sidetrack. It blows me away that the one person that says that they heard the children outside, Janie, has all some of these freaking heart conditions and shit going on. That one still sticks in my brain. I have a hard time with that one.
Yep.
Me too.
Yeah. Actually, let's talk about that first.
Sonny, can I just say one thing first? I want everyone to know that officer that Daniel was speaking about, the RCMP officer, dog handler, Reddy, he is an inspector who is one of the top ranking in the RCMP. So I just want everyone to know that as well. He's not some idiot, new dog guy handler that just, that doesn't know what he's doing. Yeah.
They're not going to send the someone in one of the highest profile cases in Canadian history at this point, with 2 children missing. They're not going to send, someone that they hired yesterday.
Right.
I believe it was a tactic. Oh, I don't really know much about this case. Daniel, you tell me. Talk.
Talk. Yeah, give me some information on Thursday.
fills up notebooks. Remember?
So I got a question, Sonny. Are we going to let people come up and ask us a question and then respond to it?
No.
Mm-mm.
Well, like, what do you mean by that?
Hey, just one sec. Daphne's got to jump off, so can we give her the mic for a minute?
Yeah. So, hey, yeah, Daph. Okay, question. I want to ask if you could say this before you
Yes.
get off. Where do you think the RCMP are at?
Yeah.
And what do you think happened? What is your kind of theory about that night, or what happened? Yeah.
Well, I mean, we have the docs, and then we have. Well, I don't believe that they've been cleared, even though it shows us that they were truthful with questions. I do, in my opinion, with everything that I have seen laid out in front of me, I feel that this is still a criminal case, even though they are telling us that it's just a missing persons. I read today where they can absolutely tell us that it's a missing persons case, and so like the news can run with that when they're absolutely working behind the scenes thinking it's a criminal case, because if they're close to something they don't want to scare whomever away, right? They want that person to think that they're clear, they're off the radar, they're not in their midst, right? Like that's how I feel with the RCMP. I feel that they are close to something. Just my thoughts on that. What was the other question? I'm sorry.
Well, it was just really about what you feel happened yourself, your own personal theory. If you believe it's more family involvement, and kind of like what you feel like might have happened that particular night yourself, and then the other one was about RCMP, like you said.
Okay, so what I feel about, I kind of have, I'm on the fence with two different things. So I mentioned about Malaya earlier, right? How she mentioned they were hyper and wouldn't go to bed. Thought maybe she had given them some. This is just my speculation. And then I keep going back to Malaya had a video call with mom at 3:37, and Cindy would have seen the kids on that call. I feel there was some type of conversation there where maybe Malaya was trying to leave. And because Daniel mentions he was outside with Janie doing the fence, but he mentions he has to go get his tools. Like, why the hell do we need to know that he needs to go get his tools, right?
What do you need, a hammer freaking to put in a nail?
I don't,
3 months to find a stapler.
yes, I need my stapler. But I feel like, why do we need to know that? Why do we need to know he needs to go to his tools? So I feel maybe something was overheard on that video call. Maybe argument broke out. Who knows? Because it seems like everything went shady after they got home, even though it was kind of weird with the laundry and stuff on Wednesday and Thursday. Thursday's route too, but everything went shady after they got home that day. Like with the fence, the tools. Also, Daniel said the kids were already in bed when he got in, but yet Malaya says that the children went in at dark, and Daniel says he went inside at dark. So shouldn't Jack and Lily have went inside the same time Daniel went inside that night? You know what I mean? Something's
That
not.
part's all weird. Yeah.
And then,
Malaya can't even remember if the kids were outside playing or not. Janie just acts like she took off and the kids were outside playing while she went in for dinner. And it's just weird.
And stuff. The raking, shoveling.
Oh yeah, the Reiki Janie stuff. Yeah.
They should have took that rake and shovel and tested it. I'm sorry. They should have.
They should have done a lot of things, in my opinion.
Yeah. Okay, so Daph, if you need to go, thank you so much. Hopefully, another content creator that's on here, maybe wants to put on another Power Live or Mega Live and do it as well, because there's so many different things that, obviously when there's this many people, right, and then you're trying to do it. And I think we did a great job, by the way,
Yes.
of not over talking each other. But there's so many more points to this case than what we've talked about tonight, obviously. Yeah. So, Justin, and I know that you and Nova are a lot later time than us as well. Well, me and Charmaine. Well,
It's
Melissa, she's
10:57 here.
yeah. Is it 10:57? Oh, so you're in Mountain Time
Eastern.
or
Eastern.
Central? Yeah.
Eastern.
Oh, it's 10:57. You said, did
Yeah.
you?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, sorry. It's 7:57 here. So, Justin, what about you? Both those questions as well about where do you think the RCMP at is with this case, and what's your personal kind of theory on what you believe happened to Jack and Lily?
Well, I've talked to different police and even FBI in the past, and one stuck out to me before, and he said, "There's the investigation, and then there's the investigation." And just because they're not telling us doesn't mean things aren't going on, right? Um, I absolutely believe they have checked all options um, a 100,000 times over, and I think that I said, who was it? Sherlock Holmes. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. And I think it leads back to one direction and one direction only. Us in true crime, it's not our first rodeo. It's certainly definitely not RCMP's first rodeo. There is this was a high risk uh, lifestyle that they were living, and CPS involvement, volatile relationships, financial things going on. Um, Daniel's children saying that he abused the kids. Malaya saying that he picked on Jack more than Lily. There's black eyes. Teachers are concerned. Uh, a breakup that's about ready to happen. All of this, and I certainly believe that the RCMP is now looking at one thing and one thing only, and I believe that they are building their case as much as they can. I believe they need to find Jack and Lily.
Yeah.
And secrets are not quiet forever. Something happens. Whether that is Jack and Lily are found, or new new types of evidence or technology rather comes about, or someone speaks. But I do believe Jack and Lily will be found, and justice will absolutely be served, because there's too many people that is putting pressure on the RCMP, and we're just not going to take any other thing for an answer other than justice for those two kids when they were failed miserably while they were here. So that's all.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks, Justin. Shar? Or Melissa, which would do Shar?
I feel like, I mean, so in the background today, this evening, I've been talking to a family friend who is also an RCMP officer here in Alberta. And although he doesn't obviously know anything specifically about Jack and Lily's case, but I was just asking him for more generalized answers to some questions that I had about protocol, about like securing the scene and all that kind of stuff. And the one thing that I'll bring up right here and now, because it relates most to the question Sunny posed, is just because I asked him, okay, what could the RCMP know to have them come out to the public and say, we have no evidence of an abduction. And now the public says, well, it's not an abduction, so we need to look elsewhere. And he basically said what I already knew, that just because they said they don't have evidence of an abduction does not mean they're still not considering that as a possibility. That just simply means that they have no evidence that can prove that it was an abduction to focus all their efforts that way. Just like they have not come out and said that they have enough evidence to focus on any one scenario. I think it would be foolish for anybody to rule out abduction completely. I know what the panel believes. I know that everybody here thinks that it's a 1 in a million shot that two little kids would get abducted at the same time on this rural road where barely any traffic goes by. I get it. I understand it. But lightning does strike and people do win the lottery, and predators are everywhere, and you never know when or where they'll grab. They're beasts of opportunity. And although I have serious concerns and questions, obviously, like everybody else on the planet, about why Daniel is inconsistent, why he is outright lied, why Malaya is so quiet, why Janie can't be consistent, why it seems like Janie couldn't stand the kids. I have all the same questions as everybody else, and it's troubling. It is. But for me, I am not ready to pinpoint no abduction. It was an inside job because, like everybody on the panel also agrees, these are not geniuses we're dealing with here. They're not mastermind criminals. Having said that, it's been almost 7.5 months. So no matter where they are, if it was a family, uh, something happened in the home, now they've had 7 months to go and clean up their tracks. They've had time. They had time day one to make sure there was nothing around. So unfortunately, we're still left with all of the same questions. But like my friend, the RCMP officer, said, a big part of what we're hearing is standard public relations protocol for an RCMP open investigation. And then the one last thing that I want to point out is the last interview that John, the lead major crimes guy, gave to the public. He was very careful with his words, and he said it is still a missing persons act investigation. And those words, because words matter, lead me to believe that they are using that act as a resource for them.
Yep.
But they're not stupid. If we see stuff on social media, you have to know that they've seen that same stuff on social media and then some, right? They've seen and heard things that we don't have a clue about. So
Yeah.
I think that they've got one chance to get this right.
Mm.
If they approach the Crown prosecutor with charges, and if the Crown prosecutor does not believe that they can get a conviction, they will kick it back and say, get me more. And we will never know until it goes to court that ever happened. So I do have faith in the RCMP, even though I get Nova Scotians and a lot of Canada's population, we have good reason to distrust the RCMP's ability in these cases. But I believe that they're onto it, and we're gonna find answers, just not as quickly as we all want and hope for the
Correct.
family, Chelsea and Belinda, and the family that's actually looking and searching and wanting answers. So that's what I just think we can't close our minds to all the things that I feel like we've closed our minds to. And as far as my conversation with my friend, we'll have that on a different live stream for sure. But I've really enjoyed my time here. It's been an honor.
Thanks, Shar.
I feel like I'm looking at
Melissa.
Shar. Hi, Shar. How are you, girl?
Yeah,
We're like the Brady Bunch. There's a story.
but you gotta look the other way, though, Justin.
Yep, the opposite
Oh,
way.
the other way? This way?
Yeah,
oh,
that way.
But I'm mirrored because my face.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
like my
yeah,
face.
yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
Shar.
Yeah. Hi, John Boy. I feel like the
Hmm?
Waltons.
Yeah.
That's all the Brady. That's all we came.
Like
The
Bobby Brown.
Brady Bunch. The Brady Bunch. Okay. Melissa.
So I'm not closed to any possibility. I'm not. Do I have a theory? Yes. Is that theory ever evolving? Yes. I'm not closed to an abduction. Bring me proof of it. I'm not closed to they wandered off in the woods. Bring me proof of it. Like I said, I have a theory, and that theory is that one of the three on the property did something and the other two are accessories after the fact. But again, I don't have necessarily proof of it, right? Like I'm open to the option of something else happened, just like RCMP is. But there has to be proof. And to prove it in court, you have to have proof. And there's just not enough on our end with what we know that we can say, well, I know for a fact and put it out there as a fact that X, Y, and Z happened. Of course, we all have our own speculations and opinions. But again, those are speculations and opinions, not facts. And I do believe that the RCMP knows way more than we do. And I do think that they're probably a lot closer to bringing charges than we even know. Because, let's face it, they've talked to, I was talking to Shan earlier when she was live. They've talked to, I think she said something like 50 or 60 people. Well, that tells you something. They're doing their due diligence. From the outside looking in, I don't have trust issues with the RCMP. You guys might, but I haven't seen that, right? So for
Yeah.
me, the fact that they're digging in, and I can guarantee you that the investigators have sat down just like we have tonight, and just like we have in our chats and on our own private lives, and have ran through X, Y, and Z. Who's got the means? Who's got the motive? Who's got the opportunity? What are the alibis? What's the facts that we can prove? What do we need to test? They're going through these theories together, just like we are. But again, we can't be like some people and misrepresent our thoughts and our opinions as facts.
Correct.
And if people are going to follow this case, they need the facts. And that's like why I did that document for everybody. I did it for you, and then you shared it out. And, I even seen Justin using it yesterday. It's so that people have the facts, because that's what it's based on. It's based on the court documents, things that have come out of Daniel's mouth himself, or things that have come out of Malaya's mouth, because that's all we have to go on. But the RCMP, I guarantee you, is a lot closer than I think people give them credit for, in my opinion. But again, if we keep it factual, and we've proved tonight we can keep it factual, we can back up what we're saying, we can back it up with facts, whether it be court documents or out of their mouths, and we can get together and we can talk it through and talk it out and try to keep Jack and Lilly out there, because Jack and Lilly are the focus of this case. Just like Darius is the focus of his case. We've got to keep the kids front and center, because Belinda and Chelsea deserve to know what happened and where they are.
The people that actually care about Jack and Lily deserve to know. The ones that are speaking behind the scenes, in front of the scenes. Absolutely. Nova.
I'm unmuted. Yeah, I think we have to be patient and let them do what they're doing. I think they're, working their heart and soul on this case, and of course they want to figure this out. I'm going blank.
So because it was really about what do you think is kind of maybe holding the RCMP back? Where do you feel like the RCMP are at? And I think.
Oh, I know what it was. the power's flickering really bad. I agree with Charmaine, and I had, mentioned it earlier that I still do believe there's a possibility of abduction. And people, we have to remember when, abduction doesn't necessarily mean stranger. Typically, an abduction is someone known to the children or the family, or someone that's driving by all the time and sees them out there playing. Um, and that very well could have happened. I still have, you know, uh, I'm the same as what the RCMP say. Everything is on the table. Everything has to be, or you're not. You can't be one-minded,
Yeah.
and anything is possible. So I do think that is still a possibility, and 100% with uh, the Missing Persons Act. I picked right up on that too, and totally agree with that. Shar and I think the same a lot of the time. It's like she's in my brain. So basically, a lot of what Shar said is my same thoughts as well. And I think we just have to be patient. Of course, there's much more going on than we know behind the scenes, for sure, and it has to stay that way.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, RCMP has doubled down and continuously say that there's nothing to show that an abduction happened via whether it was a stranger or family member. They have doubled down on that. Now, that does rank in the very lowest possibility of what happened to the children. Now,
True.
but do we eliminate it all? Again, we would be silly if we still didn't have an open mind to everything, even the in the woods thing, even if we think it's one of the least most likely impossibilities. For me, personally, what this case has shown is that I feel like the RCMP absolutely are not idiots. Absolutely have Daniels and his number dialed in. Tried to create a friendship that Daniel feels like is like his besties.
Yeah.
Just like type of idea, and we all know that that's ridiculous, and that they're there to solve the case of Jack and Lily. Henry, it's just ridiculous to think that, hey, buddy, come on over. Let's meet for coffee at Timmy's over here. But anyways, Daniel can live in his world. We'll live in ours. Now, I personally, like, out of all the scenarios, feel like the family involvement is the most likely. Why? Many reasons. Obviously, what we're seeing, what's been said, the inconsistencies, the BS, these always happen in cases when there's an involvement of families. Does that make that 100% right? No, but it's darn right probably one of the best educated guesses based on everything that we've seen. Now, why haven't these solved the case? Again, you have a rural area with lack of digital data. You got cameras that aren't working. You got really a lot of the word of what Daniel's saying and stuff. But obviously they need evidence to back that up. Now, I personally believe something happened that I think that the relationship led up to what happened on Friday. And it was just like, again, there's always a reason to something. I don't think that it just, I think that Daniel definitely was doing meth that night. I think he lost his shit. I think that there was an argument. In fact, no, I know that there was an argument. So I just think that it was like a bunch of stuff with Malaya leaving. Who knows what Malaya might have said to him that day? Like, F you, Daniel. I'm sick and tired of your bullshit. And he does meth, freaking loses his mind shit. Who knows? Right. Malaya's Daniel just really seems to, like, again, go back to the whole thing for the reporter saying that he was more focused on the relationship with Malaya. I feel like because of being such a rural area, that the lack of evidence, I feel like that, of course, if there was evidence to charge without bodies, then, but I don't feel like that's the situation here. I feel like they absolutely need
Yeah.
A bunch of evidence, like you would have to have quite a bit when you don't have the bodies. But I feel like that they need the bodies at least, and I think that they're lacking in the evidence area. I think that they know what happened and that they're absolutely working on the scenes behind what happened. Daniel can live in his world. I like to stay in what seems like it's the most like reality of what typically happens in situations like this. Like Justin said, we got the CPS reports. We got, we're hearing about all these black eyes. We're hearing about Jack strapped down in a chair. Like I said, there's going to be more information to come out, guys. There will, but and people are waiting for more documents to, and stuff like that. But to me, it just really boils down to that the RCMP they know what time it is, and I feel like at some point, Jack and Lily will get the answers. Justice will be served for them. And until then, we'll just have to keep trying to bring awareness to Jack and Lily, talk about whatever we want, really, inconsistencies that don't make sense still, because that's kind of what you got to do if you're, trying to keep a case in the limelight. You regurgitate information over and over. And maybe like Justin there caught on. Good catch, by the way, Justin, when Daniel went to say blue or black, but I think probably maybe black, but it came out sounding like blue.
Yeah.
And then goes on to say about the white Pathfinder. I think those are like slip ups. I think that there's like a lot of lies being told from the people that are on this property. And I'm just one that knows that. And I think a lot of content creators know that at the end of the day, we're just going to wait for the RCMP. They're the ones that need to, get all the information, gather it from whatever witnesses, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then hopefully at some point that answers come out from Jack and Lily. I have patience, but I don't have patience. I hate seeing the fact of two beautiful children, and to watch what the actions are happen. I find it disgusting. I just find it very disgusting what's going on with what the mother's acting like, what Daniel's acting like. Janie, whatever. To me, she's, again, you would have, unless nobody heard any vehicles. I think that the vehicles did happen that night. I think that that's exactly what Reddy was kind of insinuating. Like, Daniel, there's not enough details, dude, in Thursday, because you're not giving us the truth. But anyway, so I just think that it's lack of evidence that's holding, but I do feel like they absolutely got the number of what's going on with this case.
You don't think Tucker would have heard?
Yeah, Tucker, I know, right?
You don't think Tucker would have heard? You don't think he would have heard? Come on now.
Mm-hmm.
Free Fluffy.
Yeah. You know what? If you guys don't mind, the last thing I know that some people might roll their eyes on this one. I don't care. But the last thing I want to touch on is Daniel was recalled in for an interview, right? And about the blanket. And so what do you like? So I believe Daniel planted the blanket. Does anyone believe that he didn't plant the blanket, or do you guys all believe he did plant the blanket? Okay, if he
most likely did. To what point and purpose? I mean, this to me, this type of thing illustrates the intellect that we're dealing with, not a criminal mastermind, not thinking things through. It's a really good example of what we could expect from this individual in terms of planting evidence, cleaning up after himself. It's just
I don't think
so
you need
obvious.
I don't think you need a criminal mastermind to get away with crime.
Same.
Not
I
after
agree.
7 months.
I agree.
Not after 7 months. Absolutely not after 7 months. Because
I
if he
think,
allegedly, if he did something and he knows where they are, he's had all this time to go back and make sure there's not a trace of anything to be found. So I get it.
Yeah, but I think a lot of times, especially in cases like with these missing children, there is the location is big. The location. It's these rural areas where there's not a good phone location and all of that. There's not a lot of people out there. It's not a lot of cameras or anything like that, in my opinion. And yeah, I think, and to be honest with you, if someone goes and moves remains, that is very, very risky
Yeah.
to do that. It's very risky because you're essentially redoing the crime again, right? You would be
Right.
moving, and that's more cameras that can see you, more evidence, all of that. So if someone does that, they are dumb as hell.
I think so. Do you guys believe? Oh, I want to say one thing first, and I'll ask you guys something. Okay, so let me say this, and I want to say this to the people that think that Haley planted the blanket. Honestly, don't you think that Haley would have been polygraphed by the RCMP if she had anything to do with planting of the
She didn't
blanket?
plant the blanket.
No, the only
That's
person that keeps giving this.
foolish.
Well, just like the other day, right? And what I was trying to give to Justin, that someone that he kind of put up, but he put up the one and then later the other, was the interview versus what he said. I know I had nothing to do with it. I know Malaya had nothing to do with it. Then there's that text message where he says, I am 99% sure that Cindy and Malaya had everything to do with this. And it's just another thing that Daniel talks about that is always inconsistent. He always totally blames Malaya, blames her side, blames side. All I know is when Daniel blames Malaya's side, you guys look back to Daniel on this one. Do you believe that the children, first of all, just to ask, children alive or deceased?
Deceased.
Deceased.
Okay. And most
Yeah,
people feel that
deceased.
way. Now, let's say, let's talk just quickly about Brad's trips, right? We're talking about Laird, we're talking about Matheson, we're talking about McLeod, and we're talking about, of course, Lansdowne Road there, and up where the blanket was. Since having, like you said, Daniel gives the exact same freaking thing as the other Justin. But your guys' own thoughts. Do you believe that the children, how far out would you say that these children are? Where, and do you believe that they're in water or in earth, or where do you guys think? I'm just curious where your thoughts are.
I believe that they are. I believe they were. I think they're near water, but I don't think they're in water. I think they
Same.
are most likely. I think probably the most crimes that happens when someone is disposing of someone's remains, they're on top of the ground. Most people think people are buried, but they're actually on top of the ground. But generally with loved ones, they do a burial. But burial takes a lot of time and a lot of energy as well. But I do believe that they're probably, in my opinion, under a cliff or close to water.
And how far out do you think that they are, proximity from the home?
I would say I go by miles, so I would say
Yep.
8 to 12 miles.
Okay. There's 2.2 miles in a kilometer. That I do know. It's one thing I remember in school.
Yeah.
Uh,
So go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Shar, your thoughts on Jack and Lily, close to home. You think that they're within that search area of parts that they didn't search? What do you think?
You know what? I think that they're outside the search area. I sadly think that there's been plenty of time to, and I mean, I really think that he was, I shouldn't say it, but there was just enough time there to take them further than anybody would believe two children would wander away. And I do believe, I agree with Justin. I don't think that they're too far from the surface, but I don't think, I think that once the snow and the rain season and everything comes and goes and we get some nicer weather in Nova Scotia, I think certain things will become unearthed. And
I'm hoping.
you'll see a hunter or something like that stumble across something, in my opinion, but definitely outside the search area, not far outside the search area. I believe that what Justin clued in on with Justin Smith's statement and what Daniel had told you in August, I think that that is key.
Mhm.
I think you get to the closest point to that route outside of the search area, and you might be onto something, sadly.
Mhm.
Can I say
And that
something
was,
just 2 seconds real
yeah,
quick?
go ahead.
Also, how they are found is going to immediately rule whether this is if they are got lost or, because if they are buried, you don't
Yeah,
bury yourself.
that's
Just
right.
remember that.
That's why I say they are the
Just remember that,
evidence.
boo boo. Okay. Just so
Not,
you
but
know.
if they're not, you've got animal predation that could scatter remains too, right? So it sounds terrible, but I truly hope that they're protected wherever they are until they can be located.
I just hope they're found.
Yes.
Just answers. That's
Yeah.
what Belinda
Yeah.
and that want. They want answers. Belinda's already resided to the fact that Jack and Lily, are deceased. Obviously, it would be a hope and a prayer and a miracle if it was otherwise to this, but it's just answers. And sadly, I hate to think of that part because that means that the children, are no longer with us and they should be. And children are just innocent. They're innocent.
Yes.
Pets, children, innocent. And it just disgusts me when games are being played or different shit when it comes to children. It's just, as a parent, and Justin, I didn't know you had 3 children until you said that today to me. Again, as a parent, we all know, and we're all parents. You just know that you could just never fathom something like this happening at all. And then having that biggest hole in your heart because every day you have to wake up to this nightmare that's going on about, a missing loved one. And you just don't have any answers. And we're almost coming to the 8-month mark. And that's just sad. I know that cases can take really long, because again, if they lack evidence and need stuff to, and it takes time, and that's what it's going to need to take if it brings answers for Jack and Lily. Go ahead, Melissa. About, obviously, do you think that they're close to home in water? I agree with Justin. I think that they're close to water, but I don't think they're in water. But I think that they're close to water.
I agree. I think they're close to water. I think they're in a shallow grave, honestly. But I'm somewhat close with Justin on his how far out. I have been in my head thinking 5 to 8 miles away from the home. Justin is saying 8 to 12, so we're pretty close there on that. But yeah, I think they're most likely, if not when I say shallow grave, I don't necessarily mean somebody dug and put them in. For me, that could also mean they're laid on the ground and covered up with sticks and brush and all of this other stuff. Like, I think they're covered.
That's generally
but
how
I don't think
people
they're
are found. Is exactly the way she's saying. Is
Yeah.
that they cover them with because there's not a lot of time.
Yeah. It's Nova.
I, both possibilities. I've always thought of both. That they are outside the search area in a shallow grave, or water, and water because those woods were checked so thoroughly. And I just always think about the fact that the RCMP were down Chance Harbor, which is where the Middle River leads into the mouth of the ocean. And then with the search that Please Bring Me Home did, Nick had stated that our CMP, when he had asked any areas that you feel would be the best to search, and they said along the water. So they also, of course, must feel that those woods were checked so thoroughly that they are either outside those boundaries or water. So, and I also want to say, when you guys were talking about, mastermind to be to get away with a crime, people that tend to when people do get away with a crime, and many of them have been found out years later now due to DNA, most often it's accidental. It's not because they are a mastermind and sat down and planned this all out so perfectly that they got away with this crime because they're such a mastermind. Typically, it ends up being accidental. And you guys know that from listening to cases as well. And you hear the perpetrators telling, when they are finally caught years and years and years later, that it was accidental. It wasn't because they planned out this perfect crime.
It's for me personally, I you cut me off.
There was a case. I didn't mean to. We started at the same time.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
There was a case years ago, and he was a serial killer, and I can't think for the life of me right now
SK
which
and
one.
SK.
Oh, sorry,
yeah.
he was an SK. But he actually had a victim in his trunk, and he was pulled over. And they didn't it was the victim, they would have caught him red-handed, right? So yeah, I agree with what Nova was saying. A lot of times I'm not saying that they're all masterminds. I think they're very lucky. I think that the fact that they are so far out and in such a rural area, that is helping them, because it's not like if you live in a town, or like me, I live kind of in a suburb, and I'm used to the country. If I go out to my dad's, I could, take somebody out and unalive them out by my dad's and never be on video, and never have, because no cell service, no video cameras, none of that, right? Whereas if you live more of an in-town situation, you've got the cameras and everything. I think the fact that they live so far out and in such a rural area has helped whoever did this, whether it be family or otherwise, get away with this to this point, because those babies will be found. We will not stop. I know I won't. I know Justin won't. I know you won't. Char won't. None of us will stop, right? And it bugs me. We're not going to stop. We're going to figure this out.
I personally think that if Janie's got a shovel and they got bins there on the property, what is the banking going to tell you? Fuck all. It's going to be to me about that night of, that it wasn't to me a plan, something that was planned, maybe the relationship was going fucking south and all that stuff. But I don't see it as being a planned thing. I think of it as either Daniel lost his shit, something like that, in my opinion, that they're again, it's a rural place. What do they need Janie shovel for? Dig a shallow grave somewhere. The 4 trips, let's say, again, Brad's trips that he talked about, he said there was one particular where it was 20 minutes, but he said he could hear the vehicle within earshot, but there was a one trip where it was 20 minutes that it was, I think that was at Laird or McLeod. Trying to think of which one that one was. But anyways, so I don't know. I think that a lot of the area was searched really well, for sure, but there was definitely, if you look at the mapping, it kind of veers off the one way. I still feel like they could be. I don't feel like they're too far away from home. And I'll say, I just don't. I feel like that they're maybe, I'll say, I don't know, 10, 15 miles. I really just feel like that whatever was done out of panic, and they didn't need. And I think that this is where the information fails for the RCMP, is because of all these added little layers of, not enough digital data stuff. There's not banking's not going to banking's going to tell them that they took out money, went over to Patty's, they used their bank card like a cash
Yeah.
cow,
Yeah,
and stuff like.
that's ridiculous. They were broke and they were using Patty's card to begin with. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
But
so
I was going to say something.
Patty's card of cacao money, 10 or 15 kilometers, anything coming back to you? Or did
I need Celine Dion when it's all coming back to me now. Where is she?
Yeah, I know, right?
I don't know.
But to me, it's just like that's what that this case lacks is the evidence, the proof, and I think that they have some good, like some solid information, but not enough that it turns it into a case at this moment. I feel like it just lacks because of the situation of the rural area. And we know that Daniel said that the freaking phone was on the end table, and Janie, she's saying that she never pulled out her phone till the RCMP came, but she pulled it out before that. Right. So the RCMP comes at 10:27, but yet you see the call from Ron at like 10:19. And so I don't think that these people are bright bulbs. I don't think that they're the dumbest asses in the world for the most part. But I don't think it's really a matter of that. I think it's a matter of the situation of the area. And, then just, again, what are you going to do at nighttime? I'm going to text Malaya, just so you know, I just took out the 2 kids. Hey, mom, just so you know.
Right.
I'm just like they're not. So there's not going to be this communication on the phones that's going to give anything. They've left their phones, they're smart enough to do that. I would hope so by now that people know, right? Now, I was told that Daniel had 2 burner phones by family, a member. Okay. Now, how that all works. And I know we all know that people use burner phones. We know that, apparently that, like drug dealer and stuff like that and doing drugs and you do that stuff. Bottom line is, even the inconsistency of he's in the culverts and he has his phone, but hold on. But then Haley had said she was confused why Daniel kept using her phone all the day of the search, that he wasn't using his own phone, just stuff like that. Right. And, but anyways, so it's just, to me, it's just the lack of evidence, but I feel like they absolutely no.
But like, even if that phone was just so Malaya didn't know that he was purchasing rugs or something, in case she grabbed his phone or whatever, it just shows right there that he knows how to,
she knew,
think of using a burner phone to hide something, right, from somebody. So, yeah, I mean, he's not an idiot.
I mean, he is, but
yeah, right. It's like
okay, he's not a complete idiot.
Okay, almost.
But you know what I mean. He's not going to pick. He
I
knows that he's not going to pick up his regular cell phone like Sonny said and start texting.
Yeah.
He obviously knows that if you want to hide something, you don't use your phone.
Well, I mean, he's used to hiding, the fact of math, and that's what
exactly.
when you're dependent on rugs, you're not out here waving, saying, hey, I do rugs and I need some rugs. Do you have rugs for sale? You're used to going undercover. Anyways, but that thing I was going to say when we were talking about location was people generally hide whoever close enough, but far enough to make them comfortable. Right.
Yeah.
To get them out of their way. Right. But, they can have some,
Daniel's a person that would definitely have picked a spot, had control, would like to have control about everything. To me, he's an absolute 100% narcissistic personality, 1,000 billion%. That man, he shines up a light up his own ass. We don't need to do that. He does it all good himself, And what was always striking with messages to Charmaine at the start, that people didn't believe us at first, that there was a conversation going on. But anyways, so the conversation, it was constantly how he was the greatest, Malaya was the shittiest.
Yes.
I mean,
Right.
he's done that the whole entire time. And just it's so ridiculous when he says stuff like, I don't know, I know Malaya didn't have anything to do with it. Shut the fucking front door, dude. You are the biggest narcissistic liar there is. But the thing is that he doesn't have any awareness, perception of himself.
Oh,
We do.
None.
Again, we'd have to be total idiots to all think that this man, is telling the truth. So my thing is this: am I going to believe a hidden story where the person that's telling it is a liar that can't even tell the truth? Or am I going to listen to reason, facts, what makes sense versus someone's information that you're trying to listen to at first? And then you're like, dude, like you change your stories, like probably not the same week you change your underwear. But, and the way he's so laid back in these conversations with DT, like, yeah, Daniel, it was just, everyone has two sets of keys. And, I was beating the drones, they were just looking at me as I heard voices of, oh, wait, did I hear Jack and Lily over the helicopters?
Yeah.
Did I almost die twice and impale myself with a stick
Yeah.
as I'm searching for Jack? Oh, my cough. I was yelling their names so loud, I just lost my voice. Everything has become about him. Everything,
He-
but it's the
No.
inconsistencies. If you're telling the truth, and Danielle, we all know you've said about a million times how you tell the truth. Obviously not. But anyway, but it's so transparent to me that when people are lying and it's about two missing children and you're trying to find answers, and the people that you're searching for answers from, well, one's hiding in
Sunny.
Canada, and yeah, cut me
I'm
off.
going to interrupt for 1 second.
Fine.
Yeah, I am. Go look at our chat.
What? Just tell me.
Go look at our chat.
Just tell me.
Yeah, I can't.
That's
I
wait.
can't.
Never mind.
Who?
Let's just do it later. Don't bother. Let's just
Oh.
continue on and we'll end it. Okay. Let's just move on, please. Let's not go there.
Oh, okay. All right.
Carry on, Sunny. I
Yeah,
apologize.
no. I was like, wait, what? I thought you were talking about the chat in the chat room, not in our messenger chat. Super math.
Holy fuck.
By the way, I want to appreciate Justin's junkyard Janie.
oh
in
my
the-
God.
yeah. Right, and the math tells, this case is not funny, but
No,
I have to
no,
laugh.
no.
If I don't, I get very
we
depressed.
have
and
to.
Right.
some people think
Absolutely.
it's very disrespectful. It's
not.
just how I function. It's just
It's
how I
how-
function.
It's how I
The
function.
topics. The only way I got through any
Yeah.
of the Janie tapes was when Justin did them. I could, because I can't listen to those. They trigger me big time. I mean, severely.
But
Like
she's
every
constantly
time.
telling.
Yeah, I just start bawling my head off. I can't do it. But the only time I was able to get through it was watching Justin do it. And because of the
Yeah.
way that he did it. Yeah.
Absolutely. You know what? I have no shame in how I deal with the case at all. Never are we ever here to take away from the missing and the murdered, but you have to be lighthearted as well because it's too thick
Yeah.
and too heavy of a space to be in. And honestly, if we took the whole Daniel Martel side and just put that into a video, the licking of the lips, the constant inconsistencies, the stuff, the KFC bucket comment he made to me, go give birth to a KFC bucket, his Netflix deals and stuff. Like he's making a mockery out of Jack and Lily's
Oh,
case.
he's the biggest mockery. Absolutely.
You
Yeah.
got to hear Justin do the description of the car and the keys.
Oh, yeah.
Wait,
Do
what
it,
did you-
No,
Justin.
well, no, like he was talking about because there's two keys, right? And
Yeah,
then he was like,
keys,
well,
right?
I pulled there on the side where the swamp is, and he's like, I was getting out of my 2017 white Nissan, because that's Malaya's 2017 four-wheel, four-cylinder, four-tire
Whole
car,
description.
right? With their two keys, right? So
Do you
I
get it?
went
What's the
and
VIN
then
number?
yeah, it just keeps saying it over. I'm like, yeah, four wheels, two cylinders, four tires, two keychains. That's hers. That's hers.
Yeah.
Because that's what we need.
Mhm. You know.
I was
Yeah.
just like,
So many preemptive
oh
statements.
Lord.
Mhm, mhm. What do you
He
this
gave us
puts you up?
everything but the VIN number.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah, mind you, it's you guys, just ask you guys. So obviously the RCMP were at Ron's and the RCMP were at the Sawmill. I think right there those things are kind of telling as well. So we the Kia Rio or whatever vehicle exactly that was, and Brad says 1,000% Kia Rio, but apparently Margaret owned that vehicle or something like that. But Daniel had been driving it or something like that for a year and a half, he said. So he knew that sound, right? He knew that loud ass sound that started up every day and blah blah blah. And like I said, that's why he said, that what stood out to him was that loud sound. But it was funny because I was watching Trish James. If you guys don't know her, she's a tarot card reader, and she had said, like, in one of her reads the other day, I was watching her. She's one of the few that I do watch, and she goes, "There's something about a missing vehicle," and I'm like, "Yeah, where's this vehicle
Yeah,
that was
tell us
used
how
that
is.
night?"
Please.
And is it in the water somewhere? Like, what happened to this vehicle? This is where you wish you knew someone at the DMV to be like, hey, can you just look up Margaret? So do you guys?
Someone got to be here from Canada working at the fucking DMV watching us, mother. Email. We keep our sources. Swear to God, I will rot before I say somebody.
But it's just the thing that confuses me there is about the vehicle at Earl Martell's place that apparently, but yet Daniel in that statement says that his car didn't move that night or the day after. And it's like, dude, I think Ninchi put that up. I think it was Ninchi. Ninchi, by the way, she does a great job.
She was in here earlier.
Was she? Okay, I think I saw her name, but Ninchi does a really great job of really digging for the facts, and she just messages RCMP and be like, hey, these people are saying this, and blah 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 blah, and then she'll get a response back saying that's completely false or whatever. I do like Nick Ninchi, obviously, to me, is some sort of, I'm just guessing because she said she wasn't going to say exactly what she does, but to me, she's some sort of like criminal profiler or some sort of profiler because she reminds me of Alexa in the fact of, body language and breaking things down. I think she does a really good job.
Profiling. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I think she does a really good job. I mean, there's obviously we all make mistakes and stuff like that throughout our reporting of the case, but I really enjoy listening to a lot of Ninchi's stuff as well. And Zach Jackson, if you're in here still, don't think I didn't love you, buddy. This was just kind of like 7 people was more than enough. And it was just kind of like, hey, want to do a live? Want to do a power? So trust me, there's other creators. I know AB, I think, wanted to be on here. Anyways, there's a lot of other content creators, like Charmaine said at the start, that, obviously cover the case that do really good work, but you can only allow like 9, and 9's too many. Like it was already been long enough with 7 people as we were trying to do round table it, but it was a very great live in the sense it wasn't a bunch of over talking. So before we get going, guys, thank you guys so much for all of this. But what would be anything? And if any, like I said, if one of you creators want to do a live, after Christmas, man, I'm freaking off for 2 weeks, by the way. So just saying, I'll be doing some more.
That's good.
But I just need to get through
Christmas. We all need to get through Christmas.
But I got 12 to 8 Monday, Tuesday, and then Christmas Eve is 9 to 5. My niece coming over. But anyways, I got 2 weeks off after that. So I've been very limited because I just finished doing 12 to 8. And plus I needed to take a break. There's other stuff going on in my life besides true crime stuff. So I've taken a little bit of a mental health break, to be honest, in part ways. Because it does, don't you? Like, for you, Justin, you cover this case, and Charmaine's been taking it on quite frequently too, and Nova. But like, how would you say, Justin, like your mental health? Like, what do you do to kind of balance? I know you joke around and did it,
Mhm.
but do you find like that some days it's just like hard to do
We
a
all get
lot?
burnout. Every
Burn
creator
out,
gets
burn out.
burnout. You
Yeah.
do, and it's nothing.
Okay.
Everyone needs a break from everything. It just is what it is. For
Mm,
me, I have to go outside. That's for me. Like I have to get out in nature and just
yeah.
smell the fresh air. For me, and
Clear the head.
yeah, and sometimes I just have to do another case or whatever. I just can't go there that day or whatever. And some days
Yeah.
I just can't do it at all. You know.
Mm, yeah. Uh, and is this like I was finding with this case myself, is that okay, at what point you're covering it, and then after a while I was just pretty much bashing Daniel every freaking chance I got because it was just pissing me off. I was tired of his bullshit. I felt like I was just raging about Daniel all the time,
Mhm.
and I was just like, so meaning then I was just like,
That's
yeah.
therapeutic for me.
I don't, I mean, don't get me wrong.
Therapeutic for me. I love to do a Daniel or a Janie. I mean, it just warms
But
my heart.
yeah, I was just finding that I was just kind of focusing a lot on just calling him out for his BS, but I was just over his bullshit and stuff like that. And so I was like, okay, Sonny, tone it back down a little bit again. Don't get me wrong. I ain't It's not because I want to pick on Danielle. Daniel just makes it too fucking easy to pick on Danielle. Janie does too, but
He
Daniel,
he doesn't help himself. That's for
he
sure.
doesn't help himself. He makes himself look like a complete fool, to be honest with you. And this is a case of two missing children. Charmaine, same thing to you. Mental health. You find that,
Mental health.
yeah,
I
you're
usually
perfect.
I usually turn Justin on and laugh at
Yeah.
his chicken parties and his coverage or AB. I'm not the type to go on and make fun of anybody or and I have some of those same thoughts, but I'd rather watch other people do it because you all do it so well. It's
I
awesome.
I used to be
My
just like you,
grandbabies are
Charmaine.
my
I
life.
would never in the beginning and stuff, but I'm 3 years into this, and I'm just like, ugh.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not new to true crime by any means, but new to
no.
my own channel. And even when I was on with Sunny, I still didn't. I still I don't know. It's just not who I am. But I would rather I appreciate it when you guys do it because it gives it a little bit of levity in it, and we need it.
You
And
need it.
I
Yeah.
I I don't physically lean on my
Yeah.
grandkids, but I watch videos and I just soak up their love and their energy. And
Mhm.
I hate the winter time, so this has been really hard, and you feel really
Same.
defeated some days. And some of
Yeah.
the things that I've been doing behind the scenes have been very hard on the soul. And I just, some days like the last week, I had to take a few days and just really kind of reevaluate where
Yeah.
I wanted to go with this. So yeah,
Yeah.
hard.
Yep, yep, yep. Now, Melissa, I mean, obviously you haven't been doing anything on your channel. This is the first night in a long time, and stuff like that. But as well, right? You did a document and then you got burnout because it gets a lot. You were doing a lot in a short space of time. Because if anyone knows to go through what Melissa has gone through
That's a
is an
lot.
abs that's like torture on me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Torture.
she worked her ass off. I was thanking her the other day on my live stream. I was like, "Girl, thank you. You worked your ass off on this."
Yeah, I call it like
Yeah,
a holy grail.
It
But
is.
you know,
absolutely.
yeah. But Melissa,
I
did you
mean,
want to say?
I did get burnout, and I still do, even though I'm not going live like you guys are daily or a couple times a week or anything like that. Like, I'm behind the scenes doing stuff. I do things with the document almost daily. Um, it really got to me the other day. I was at a breaking point, and it was a pretty big one.
Yeah,
And I went to my brother's, and I came back because that's generally my go-to for my mental health, besides watching Justin because he cracks me up. But I went to my brother's. I was still having a really tough time. Not only was this case hitting me, but it was the 4-year mark for Nick.
Yeah.
And I ended up unintentionally, mind you, reaching out to Belinda. And we cried together. And that moment of letting her know she wasn't alone, because she feels like she is sometimes. And so letting her know, hey, I'm here for you. And just having somebody else to talk to really helps me out sometimes. Really, I just have to ground myself. But creating this document really, yes, it was a lot of work. Yes, it was very mentally taxing. And I'm just trying to do it and take care of my own mental health, because I know what trauma I have from Nick. And, you know, it's a lot. And we all have to take a moment and stop and say, I need a break for a minute. And that's like when we laugh, we're not laughing at this case, but if we don't find something to laugh at, we're going to break.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yep. And Nova, you guys, I know I've gone longer than I said I was going to go. Oh, my bad. Nova.
That's okay. I took a nap today, a nice long nap.
You were preparing, weren't you?
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. I knew. For me, well, you guys know I have health conditions and that's my focus. Like I have a routine, I have to follow it. And if something is starting to, pull me down, I have to take that 2 or 3 days off. When I got sick there, I have to just shut it down and take that time off. And of course, you guys know I have great enjoyment with my grandson. I just love him to pieces. And my family comes around a lot, because they'll come, do you need us to grab you something? Or we're going to the store or whatever, to the supermarket. They take the baby over all the time. So I have so much enjoyment with him. But sometimes it's sad too, because I look at him and all the love that we give him and see the life that he has, and then it makes me sad too, because then I think of all these cases and just think, why those poor kids,
Mm-hmm.
it's so
Absolutely.
sad. But yeah, I just make it a definite that I have to care for myself. I have to, because my condition will just go downhill too quick, and I have memory issues that'll get worse. Like I just have to take that 2 or 3 days off, and then come back to my lives. Yeah.
Yeah. Which I've been doing a lot of this month myself,
Yeah.
Other priorities. It's not that Jack and Lily aren't a priority, but
Mm-hmm.
I mean, shit, I went headstrong for like definitely
Yeah,
6
you
months.
sure
So
did.
working full time, yeah, and then sitting there covering it and stuff like that. And then, yeah, you just get to a point that I got other stuff. I got my shifts going on that are later in the night and stuff like that. And honestly, I go to either comedy. So I want to appreciate Justin, and I want to appreciate Dolly Vision as well. So that, yeah, when I want to laugh and stuff like that too, I have a good chuckle out of it and stuff like that. Because again, if people want to be serious all the time, and in a case that's heavy hearted and stuff like that, sorry, I live my life by laughter and stuff like that, but I take things like this very seriously.
Yeah.
So the last thing I'll just say, so anyways, so all you guys, much love to however you guys do your channels, and however we do them. For the haters out there that are going to hate all you want. Don't care at all. For the people that are in this for the right reasons and have kindness and beautiful hearts and really just want to support channels in a sense and stuff like that. Thank you guys for being here. There's always going to be haters. Couldn't be asked to deal with those people
Yes, they
whatsoever.
are.
They're not important in my life.
No, no, no.
Important in my true crime life.
I listen to Justin every night at bedtime too. That's my bedtime routine. When I go to bed, I watch you guys usually in the day, but my bedtime is Justin when I'm just all snuggled under that nice warm blanket, and I put him on in my ear pod and I listen to that voice. And
Because I'm
most
Southern and I talk slow.
I talk slow too, so I appreciate it. It's great for my new brain.
I've been known to hit that 1.5 speed or 2 speed, in a
You
sense,
have-
which actually comes off.
I do
like
it for me
normal.
too. If I'm listening to me, I'm like, I got to do it 1 to 1.5 for me because
Well-
damn, you talk slow, Justin.
Shan and I did a video together, and another channel replayed it. And when they were on her part, she was normal. And when they would do me, they'd put me on 2 tokens. I laughed. And it was when I was first sick and I had the infection and my face was swollen and sore. So I was talking slower than I usually do.
Yeah. I had Lyme's 5 years ago, Lyme's, and I was so sick for such a long time. And I had to go to Cleveland Clinic and all that. And I couldn't even speak some days hardly.
Yeah.
I couldn't find my next word.
Yeah.
Just brain fog and fever and everything. It was really bad for a long time on so many antibiotics. And I can't find my words still some days.
Yeah, I'm the same way, Justin, because I had a vascular event, and I mean, I'm better now, but I'll get my words mixed up or I'll say something backwards. But whatever. It's my new brain. I call it my new brain.
Right.
I was going to say, someone had only mentioned to me that Justin, in passing, I remember months ago that Justin had some sort of illness at some point or whatever on there. And honestly, I mean, I wish my brain would slow down, because I'm just got stuff in here and I want to get it out before I forget, because I know I'll forget as I've gotten older. Before it used to be like a memory cell and stuff like that. But anyways, you guys, it's been a great live. Charmaine, we'll start with Charmaine. Charmaine, any last words about anything?
No, just keep the conversation going and try to, respect other people's opinions and their theories and be kind to each other. And there's no reason for the infighting and the drama, because if you're involved in it and you're guilty of it, you're taking away from Jack and Lily and what they deserve. They deserve so much more in life. And if their family's not going to speak up for them, we will, but do it respectfully and keep your eye on the prize, and it's finding those 2 little babies. That's all I want to say. Is not cut the crap, as Ron Mexico told Thurwood a couple of weeks ago. I love that. Cut the crap.
Cut the crap. Yeah. Justin.
Thank you, Sunny, Shar, American Justice, Nova, Daff. Am I missing anyone else?
Shanann,
thank you. Shenanigans, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who watched this. It's incredible how I really believe the people that watch us are truly the best of humanity, because they care for others who many people just are forgotten about and just tossed to the side. And I appreciate each and every one of you. We're not going to give up on Jack and Lily. Belinda, something Seth said with Sebastian Rogers, and he said, I have Sebastian's army. And I was like, I can't get rid of, I can't, stop the Sebastian case now. I heard that. And one thing that Belinda said is, I'm afraid people are going to forget Jack and Lily. And when I heard that, I thought, I've been on it since day one. I will see it through, Mr. Sisters. So we're going to see it through. And whether that is, you know, tomorrow or tonight, there's a rest till whenever, and they're found, we're going to see it through. It's been 4.5 years on Summer Wells, and whatever. So thank
Yep.
you all. God
And
bless
almost
you.
2 years for Sebastian, and coming up to 8 months for Jack and Lily. Go
Yeah.
ahead, Melissa. Final words.
So I just want to thank everybody who was up on panel tonight. I think we did good. The sad part about tonight is we weren't even able to touch all of the subjects because there is so much out there to discuss, and we barely scratched the surface, but we did it in a way that was respectful. I want to thank all the chats because I've tried to keep an eye on them best I can, and for the most part, from what I could see anyway, our chats were all respectful. They
great.
weren't drama. They were very kind and all of that. I know earlier a bunch of people were saying they were sorry about my son because they didn't know. Thank you. I couldn't reply to everybody, but just thank you. We're not going to give up. You know, Belinda had posted the other day that, you know, I forget what day it was, and she said, and the voices are silent. And it's like, we're not silent. We're not going to stop. We're in this for the long haul. You know, I've been with you through Sebastian. I haven't really watched a whole lot of Summer Wells, but we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop looking for the babies. We're not going to stop looking for the truth. And we're going to continue. Those of us that were up here anyway, I don't know about everybody else, but the ones that were up here are going to continue spreading the facts of the case. And that's all we can hope for. We're going to keep their names out there. And God bless the family. I know I can't say that enough. Like, I get it. Much love.
Yeah. And Nova?
Just, you know, be patient. Let the RCMP do their job, and, you know, just be patient. And everyone keep talking. Keep talking. And thank you to everyone for being here. Thank you for having me on here. And I'm so happy that I came across all of you. And I had my channel before I met you all, but I was newer, probably like a year, maybe a little bit over a year. So now I really do look up to all of you guys and think of you as mentors for sure. And lots of love to Belinda and Chelsea and other family members as well. And just keep talking, everyone. Keep talking. We will. I know I will. I think we all will. Lots of love.
Yeah, and so I guess I'll have my final say on this, you guys. Again, thanks everyone for joining tonight. It's been a pleasure. Justin, I was on a live with you once, I think, for a little bit, just on Crime Line and Lies, I think it was that night. If you recall.
Or
Shares, that one. Is that what's that one called? Oh, wait, that's something about voices.
Yeah, voices behind the wall or something.
Yeah.
Voices behind the wall. Yeah.
Again, I do love when I have the time to watch your show, and I have fallen asleep a couple times to your show in the last week here, for sure. I've woken up to listening to Ninchi as well in the morning, and just different ones or whatever.
The Ninchi in the morning.
You know, yeah, like just what I can anyway. But anyway, so honestly, Justin, I'm so glad that I was able to us to all have a live together.
Yeah.
I love your dedication to Jack and Lily. I like your authenticity, and stuff like that personally. But anyways, it's been a pleasure. Charmaine knows she's obviously my BFF, kind of, sort of, a little bit, whenever she bullies me around and says I have to be. But I'm so glad that Charmaine started her channel, a channel that brings awareness And Charmaine definitely has a lot more time, and she's been doing a lot of lives and stuff like that. I can see the support even in tonight's live. Most of them were all in, a lot of them were all in Justin's channel because, you know, he got those good numbers. He got pretty much like usually 800 to 1,000 or something typically in his lives. And Charmaine had a good couple hundred during her time today again. And for me, it's all about just, you know what, bringing awareness and attention. Melissa, again, never looking for limelight, just wanted to help out with the documents. You know, Nova, again, just a beautiful heart, beautiful soul. I'm so glad as well that I ran into all of you guys along. Oh, is that your hand up?
Well, I was just no, I just wanted to say all the links to all of these creators are in my description. So go sub up to every one of them.
Yeah, as well in mine for this live as well. All the links for each of the channels, all 7, are here as well. So again, bottom line is Jack and Lilly, they deserve answers. You guys know that I've made many tribute videos and stuff like that. And I do that as my way of saying that I care, you know, and everyone has their own different way of doing, you know, how they feel about the case. And, you know, I just really appreciate authenticity, genuineness, and that no matter what, even if we get something wrong, that, you know, we back it up with putting out the right information if we got something wrong, but that we're here for truth and justice for Jack and Lilly. Whether you like some of us or you don't like some of us, doesn't matter. Jack and Lilly is what matters, or cases are what matter to the missing and the murdered. So I want to say thank you guys all for being here, and everyone that's in chat, all the donations. And I'm not going to show them all, but there was 46 between the channels of some donations and stuff. So bless you all from all the people that were doing that.
Yes. Thank you.
So that's what I got to say. Jack and Lilly, bless and thanks to all the people that have been speaking out, speaking up, from family members to neighbors like Brad Wong or Justin, and Melissa, sorry, not Melissa, and Belinda, Chelsea, and other family members, Haley, different ones behind the scenes as well. So thank you guys so much for trying to bring justice for Jack and Lilly and Anthony.
Lilly and Jack, Lilly and Jack.
Lilly and Jack, Lilly and Jack. Yeah. Okay. So with that being said, you guys have a great night.
You too.
Another thing quickly, I wish all of you a Merry Christmas, you know, and biggest blessings to all of you guys. And if anyone's gonna have a hard time during Christmas time, because a lot of times Christmas time is a hard time for depression and for people that don't have anyone and stuff like that. I just want to say biggest hugs, prayers to all of you out there.
You have us.
Yeah.
You have us. We're
Exactly.
with you in spirit. And I go live on Christmas evening because there's a lot of people that doesn't have a lot of, you know.
Yeah.
And so I'll be there. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy whatever you do, and may God bless you immensely in 2026 and everything you see and do. So thank you all. Pleasure.
Same to everyone.
Yeah. All right, guys. We're just gonna people are gonna leave, but I'm gonna play out the clip for Jack and Lilly for their video.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone. Lots of love, lots of positive vibes.
In the woods where shadows lay.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Jack and Lilly went to play. On a rainy May afternoon, now we whisper hold soft too. Echoes of laughter fill the air, but where are they? We stand in prayer. Oh, Jack and Lilly, where have you gone? We'll hold on tight through this endless dawn. In our hearts forever you'll stay. With every prayer we send your way. its gathered heart so strong, searching deep where they belong. Through the trees and storms they roam, wishing every child came home. Fatigued but fierce, they won't give in. For every soul we search within. Oh, Jack and Lily, where have you gone? We'll hold on tight through this endless storm. In our hearts forever you'll stay, with every prayer we send away. We'll keep the hope alive today. In the silence, love will lead the way.
Please help bring us home.